And it says we are live. So I'm assuming we are live. So good evening. It's Saturday night. It's just gone 9 o'clock. It's time for some Doctor Who. Now we're a bit late this evening because I've been busy, but we are here to do some Doctor Who, and we're going to be watching Planet of the Spiders. And joining me tonight, of course, is Chris. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Chris.
And also, according to my son, that's Lemmy, but no, it's Lukosa.
I'll take being known as Lemmy. Yeah, that's good for me.
Literally, I had to go up to see my son up in Cheltenham last week, and he's just like, was that Lemmy in your podcast?
Well, there are plenty of days when I do look like a 2-year-old corpse that's just been dug up. So yeah, it really could be him.
But yeah, good evening, guys. Yeah, we're doing Planet of the Spiders. We're at the final episode for Jon Pertwee. This one's a bit notorious. But do you know what? I think we're going to have a good bit of fun. I genuinely think we're going to have a good bit of fun with this. There's lots of things wrong with this episode. There's lots of things that, they could have done differently. They should have done differently. But actually, I think it's kind of okay for Jon Pertwee, I think, for his way out. Because it's kind of, it's everything about the Jon Pertwee era.
Oh yeah.
It's action, it's comedy, it's lots of CSO, it's lots of jiggly effects. It kind of, in an odd way, it kind of does embrace the Pertwee era by being what it is. It's a shame that the story's not kind of there. But anyway, Chris, what do you know of the Planet of the Spiders? Have you seen Planet of the Spiders?
I've probably only seen the last 10 minutes of it, but the things I do know about it is I know the CSO makes the flying Humorbill look gold instead of silver. I know that Kismet Delgado, the late Roger Delgado's wife, does the voice of one of the spiders, and I also know that the spiders aren't entirely convincing. And Tom Baker's at the end.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sound. I don't think you're gonna get too much. I think it does get a bit of a bad rap. I don't think it's as bad as people make out. I mean, look, if you can watch the Flash Gordon movie, you can watch this. This is kind of, it's missing the Queen soundtrack, but it's up there for tongue in cheek.
Well, I mean, the Flash Gordon movie is a Stonewall classic. That's the first film I saw at the cinema.
I would say, do you know what? I was thinking about this earlier just because I was when I was busy and I just happened to have a set of headphones on while I was making some things, and I was thinking about this particular era, and I thought to myself, it's kind of Who Wants to Live Forever? It's kind of that sort of soundtrack to this particular era for Jon Pertwee. That song would go with this era pretty superbly. It's just the fact that it's I've likened him to Bond throughout this run because it's what they based it on. It's what they based his Doctor on. They looked at Sean Connery's Bond and went, we need to make this thing Diamonds Are Forever. We need to make this thing You Only Live Twice. They failed spectacularly, but they tried. I mean, they brought in Havoc, which gave us some of the best action Doctor Who's ever seen. I think
you say they failed spectacularly. I reckon they came close in the Sea Devils.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, look, they went big. They went big, but I mean, they were never going to be a $6 million movie.
No.
Yeah, they were never going to do that. And to be honest, no TV series ever has. Even Game of Thrones, as spectacular as that looks, it's still a TV show, and it still sort of fell flat in its arse when it comes to this looks good for TV, but you wouldn't see it in a cinema. Particularly not with today's cinema. So, but I mean, like what we get here now is a 6-parter and a goodbye from John. And I think I've said this before. I do think John is acting his arse off in this one. I think he genuinely, particularly towards the end, I think if you take everything that you have from John Pertwee, as much as we've talked about it as well, Pertwee's props and all this stuff, I genuinely think he brings it in this. I think in this, it's really sort of him and Elizabeth Sladen are really the only ones not phoning it in. Lukosa, you're more familiar with this. What do you think of this story?
It's not terrible, but it is one of those stories where I've seen this quite a few times, and every time I watch it, I always think, I wish it had been better than it was. But it's not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got, like you're saying, it's got plenty of action scenes for Pertwee to really get his teeth into. There's one chase scene which I think takes up about half an episode. Unfortunately, at the end of it, you realise, so this was all filler, which is annoying.
Yeah.
I'm not keen on the spiders. They remind me of the Force in The Rise of Skywalker. And when something reminds me of The Rise of Skywalker, that is not, I'm not singing its praises doing that.
I think, I think what I don't like with this episode, to be honest, though, like I said, this was kind of the end of season because it was them sort of saying goodbye to John Pertwee and so on. So I think for a lot of people, it was kind of like, this is coming to the end. Let's wrap things up so you can go home. Because obviously, even though they were introducing Tom Baker, I don't think they went straight in. I think there was a bit of time between them actually filming the regeneration and actually tucking into a story. So I think for them, this was kind of like end of school, and I think that the effort that they could have made and the effort that they did make aren't exactly the same. They're not on the same level, and I mean, just to give you an example here, the sets that they construct for the spiders is really not a spidery looking set.
No.
It's pretty much spiders on a table. and you think, when you think spiders, you think, they could have done this incredible sort of web, this giant sort of massive web with all these spiders on, and played with the fact that they're spiders, so they could have been up there or around here or over there or right above or hanging down. All this. I think these all sitting on this table, and then you're like, it's and then they can fire lightning and mind control, and there's no real solid explanation behind where these powers come from.
Yeah, and that's the connection with the Force in Rise of Skywalker. We can't think of something, so right, it can now do this. You've never seen it before, but now it can do that, and that's what they did here.
The other thing as well is the fact that when they do get to Metabilis as well, the people from Metabilis, they're supposed to be these sort of rough-looking, types that are sort of they've been living on this planet, and they're sort of crusty and sort of very sort of rural, but they're all sort of very crusty and very rural for people from High Wycombe. You've never seen such a middle-class bunch of ruffians wearing ponchos, and their houses all look like the fronts of superstores. Not superstores. What do they call them? The front market booths where they got that sort of lift-up lid. And
I know it.
Yeah, like the Indo market kind of stalls. That's what it looks like. It instead of being this Planet of the Spiders with these sort of archaic ruffians living in sort of broken down shelters and so on, you've got these middle class bunch of people living in what looks like an indoor market in ponchos. and like none of it meshes, none of it goes together. You
What other-
mentioned the Hoovermobile.
Oh, yep, yep.
I can see what they did with this, right? Because again, this was. I mean, this was if Pierce Brosnan had the invisible Aston Martin, John Pertwee beat him with a flying Hoovermobile. I mean, this is we're linking him to Bond. This is his Die Another Day, and boy did he die.
So I don't think this is that bad, you know.
Talking of dying, while I remember, this is only the second time we've properly seen a regeneration in Doctor Who, because obviously most of Patrick Troughton's was off screen.
Yes.
And I believe this is the first time it was referred to as a regeneration as well.
Yeah, and I will say this. I think when we get around to it, when you see it, I mean, I'm gonna want to hear your opinions on it, but to me, this was really sort of the Doctor's first, because William Hartnell's regeneration was kind of like he's worn out, he's tired, and he has to rest, and then he regenerates. Patrick Troughton's was he was forced to regenerate because he was being exiled. This is really the hero going out in guns blazing. This is the hero's death. Because to all intents and purposes, he does die here. There's no this could have been the end. If this was the last episode of Doctor Who, this would have been the end. This would have been like, right, that's it. This is how he dies. He dies saving people. And it very well could have been. It very well would have been the end of a story. Sarah Jane makes it back. The Doctor makes it back. Unit is there. It's very much everybody you can imagine is there at the time. And it's only due to other circumstances that he regenerates. So it's, it's. I think that this is the first time we really get the heroes out then for John Pertwee, really, and as the Doctor, this is everything you can think of with the John Pertwee era. It's got gadgets, it's got chases, it's got action, it's got spiders, it's got terrible CSO, it's got some acting that'll make you just go, they paid them for this, right? But yeah, and I think I'm ready to make a start anyway. So if you're ready to start,
I have got episode 1 lined up on all the zeros, ready to rock end.
and then I shall line this up. I shall click play. I have BritBox Ting. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Diddly ding, diddly ding, diddly ding, diddly ding, diddly ding. There we go. Again, gorgeous title sequence. Yeah, this serial is the first time the word regeneration is used for the Doctor's transformation. By the way, the guy that wrote a letter of praise for this serial, it was published in the Radio Times in 1974, was a young man by the name of Peter Capaldi.
Yeah.
I like how that changes. Like the Doctor's all for it, and the bloody Briggs not, and then all of a sudden they get his belly dance out, and it just switches. He's like, ah. practicing Lister's home song.
Badly.
Is there a good one?
It won't take you long to get sick of this chant, I can tell you that.
No. I find it a bit weird that they seem to be gathered on the Snakes and Ladders board.
Isn't that the same chant that Richard does as a rain dance in Bottom when he's on the roof? Mala Papillon.
Yeah.
It has a different outcome, though, in this.
Yeah. Apparently, as well, that the final story for the Third Doctor was originally going to be a master story, and it was going to have Roger Delgado and the Doctor facing off. But obviously, couldn't happen.
No.
And it says here that the master was going to be the id and the Doctor is the ego, basically. So, I think that makes sense.
I'm sure I read that the Master was going to sacrifice himself to save the Doctor. Would have been for an interesting story.
Yeah, he's going to save the Doctor from and others from death. Yeah. It was going to be, again, it was a redemption story.
There is just no logic to this character at all.
No.
Brig hasn't been to the barber for a while, has he?
No. Now, get out. I wouldn't mind this character if it weren't for the fact that it's not centered around him.
See, he hates that power. He hates the fact that he's got it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want people to know.
And yet he does it.
Yeah, that's his living.
Yeah. So he's pretending to be a thing that he actually is.
That's not
disguise
overly
the
logical, is it?
It's kind of like Superman dressing up as Superman to disguise the fact that he's Superman.
Yeah, Superman dressed as Superman saying, I'm not really.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was going to start discussing another problem he had. Now
I
that
know,
that CSO there
Yeah.
would probably look a lot better on an old CRT telly with a bit of fuzz around it than it does watching it on a modern flat screen. I'll give
Yeah.
it that.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, as well, I wouldn't have said there was a problem with that. I think the problem there was the editing as well, because he jumps from being facing him to a close up of him actually concentrating, and then he cuts again, and he's then sitting down in the chair already, and there's no connection in that shot. So he goes from position 1 to position 2 to position 3, all in 3 cuts. So it's a bit jarring, really.
I don't think that's a real accent either.
I mean, I don't think it's the actor's accent, but I mean, I've never been to Tibet, so I couldn't tell you. Tibet's a big place, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I am. And I've never been to Tibet either. And
Alfie?
well, I thought that. I just didn't say it out loud.
No, I don't know what to make of Tommy. I don't know what to make of this character. I really don't.
So he's kind of like childlike.
Yeah, dumb and strong.
There's a lot of double entendres in this so
I
far,
know.
isn't there?
Yeah, yeah. I don't think this story does Yates any favors either.
Certainly hasn't done his haircut any favours.
No, but I don't think it does. I think they were trying to claw something back for him,
Yeah.
but they
it doesn't
messed
work.
him up big time. Yeah.
I think they were sort of indirectly admitting that, his story in Invasion of the Dinosaurs was not a good idea.
Yeah. It wasn't. It was.
It was a
just
terrible
character
idea.
Destruction. Yeah. Yeah, it goes on for a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, spot the padding.
No, he just slid off the road because he felt like. I mean, there's a reused prop if you've ever seen one.
I'll say, isn't that the Mind of Evil
Yeah.
thing?
Well, obviously, Unit captured all the equipment, and the Doctor has done Pertwee's props with it to turn it into
Oh.
something else.
Absolutely, he's got to switch his lights and knobs to play with now. I think it's the first time he's ever called him by his first name. See, now there's a dangerous thing. It sounds like kooky technology, but it actually is a thing that exists now. You can put electrodes on people's heads and actually turn their thoughts into pictures.
I hope no one ever does that to me.
Man, yeah, no, it's an actual thing. It's an actual. What they do is they get people to concentrate on different shapes to begin with, so spheres, squares, cubes, all that sort of stuff, and then they get them to concentrate on people and things. And it actually draws pictures on the screen of it renders what they're thinking about.
They're not a bit of a cheat though. If they get you to concentrate on a person, they say think of your father or something. And obviously, if they've got a picture of him, they can put it up on the screen.
No, I mean like they'll ask them to think of like an experience or a holiday or something, and the reason why they're trying is because they're using it on animals. They actually use it
It'll
on,
only take off and be successful if the adult movie industry gets hold of it. That's why DVDs became popular. That's why VHS became popular. And for that to really take off, they'll have to get hold of that.
just sits there all day like that. I've wrecked all his cutlery. Bubble wrap. I hope so. I think it was kind of nice that they actually did mention Joe Grant in the final story. It's a shame they didn't mention Liz.
Yeah, I say. It's almost as if they were trying to forget about Liz Shaw. She deserved better than that.
Yeah.
That really does look like it's the Open University, reunion or something.
I was thinking it looks like every 1970s Blue Peter presenter. He was driving a bit quick, mind. She's not very good at signals.
No.
She gets better.
Yeah, hitting her with a baseball bat. We have to go. But it's still early. Dropping a clock on her. I mean, that's a leap in logic. I mean, he's not wrong, but it's still a leap in logic. He just pulled that out of his ass. It would have been nice if they actually had her read the actual letter herself.
Yeah, it would have been a nice touch.
Just have Katie Manning's voice just to read it. It's a similar game that the Reverend plays with him. He climbs in through the window and all.
Well, it was 1974, so yeah.
Yeah. And the Reverend also crosses his palm with silver. Moving on. I'm just trying to make Chris choke on his drink, that's all.
That's nice of you, yeah.
I'm just wondering whether or not they went in the right direction for this particular story here. Whether or not this basement here should have. Would this work better if it was sort of more of a cathedral? Like, it's slightly unimpressive being the basement of this house.
Yeah, or some sort of monastery or something, you know.
Yeah.
I suppose it's more low key if it's in a basement like this than being in a great big building.
But stylistically, though, I mean, it's very unimpressive for a story. Like, it's great that it's in this low key basement, but it doesn't look impressive.
Well, that character lasted a long while.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't really do anything. You don't know anything really more now than what you did before. In fact, I don't think you know anything. And that's the end of episode 1. Yeah, Professor Clegg. I mean, the character of Professor Clegg does nothing all episode, really. He doesn't really contribute in any way.
No.
He just pads. But anyway, that's the end of the first episode.
I will say,
Mhm.
in that position, with a tiny bit of juddering, that spider looks all right. I mean, I do know what happens with the spiders, but if just that not there, I'd have been happy with that if I'd have made that. Just that one.
I don't think the spiders are the biggest problem, to be honest with you. Oh, you have BritBox. And presented by BBC and I don't think the spiders are the problem in terms of how they're made. I think the problem is how they're utilised and how they're photographed. I think
There is
that's big.
one. There is one spider I think that there is a big problem with.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like with in terms of like I think there's a bit too much focus on them. I think they're a bit overlit. I think that they because they did a special effect as well. The effects artists tend to light things bright, and it's just the wrong way to do it. Like if you look at this, even when the spider appears, there's a spotlight on it. I mean, it's not too bad. But
No, as a static shock with where it's not moving much, it's not too bad at all.
yeah, but it's also got the power of the Sith.
Yeah.
The power of Grayskull. Again, what the Reverend said. It's not too bad the fact that they don't focus on it. Those are quick cuts there, and that's right. But again, the lighting's good in this. The lighting is exceptional in this, in fact. Again, what is this leap in logic? He was looking at the crystal when he died. Yeah, but so what? Does he assume that if somebody's in Blackpool looking at Blackpool Tower when they died, that it was the tower that killed them? Maybe it was the 25,000 kebabs they'd eaten. It's strange that they never used any real spiders in this. Just photograph real spiders, just put them on there and just photograph them. I know they're difficult to sort of herd. Yes, there you go, Benton. Yeah, and your suicidal streak. He missed a trick there, didn't he?
Which trick?
Hmm?
Which trick did he miss?
Well, the head of the abbot, his name should have been Costello.
Oh, right.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's a drinking game you can play while you're watching this. Yeah, take a drink every time you hear the word concentrate. I
Oh,
don't
yes.
recommend it though, because by the end you'll have severe alcohol poisoning.
I know one of the spider voices is Delgado's wife, and one of the other ones is the voice of Alf Centauri is Anne Churchman.
Yes. That's correct. Correct. I don't know which one's which.
The fact there's a third one as well doesn't help, does it?
I don't know, is it just me? The voices of the spiders seem so disembodied. It's like it's coming from anywhere but the spider itself.
Yeah.
You never get even the slightest impression that it's the spider that's actually speaking, except that it wobbles up and down while it's doing it.
Yeah, it jiggles.
Yeah.
It's sort of. That's pretty much what it does. Jesus, Doctor. It's not pretty. It's really not.
Yeah, so isn't it just these dog tags?
It's I don't even think it's that. It's it looks like somebody won in the fair.
One of those 10p machines that drops out the plastic shells.
Yeah.
I may have been only 2 years old when this was made, but at no time in the 70s do I remember seeing anybody wearing as hideous an outfit as Mike Yates is wearing in this thing.
She basically explained the plot to the last episode in this episode. No! No! Don't do it! Yeah. He gave him the finger on all of them. The thing is, it's called the Blue Planet, but when you see it, there's nothing blue.
Nothing at all.
No.
Yeah, that crystal is about the only blue thing connected with it.
It's a bit of an oversight, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it does look like, the place was occupied by Wile E. Coyote.
Ah.
The world's most basic studio wall setup. I mean, this guy's got an extraordinary amount of ability. Like, why did he need to break in if he could do that with his mind? His powers are ambiguous. Is it a line of sight thing? Is it? I mean, and if that's the case, it can't be because what he's going to do later.
And the way he runs and the way he's dressed, I think he should be called Igor.
Missed him. He does feel a bit like Penelope Pitstop, I will say. Come on, Chugabum. I'll say this, right? The biggest problem I have with this chase is I think that it's big and dynamic, except there's no geography in it to know where they're going from to go to. You don't know where he's driving to. There's no basic direction of where he's going. There's no sense of a direction. It's just a lot of action scenes edited together.
He's just driving away.
Yeah. I mean, it's a chase, but Fuck you, Doctor. Not the most action-packed music. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Come on, make an effort. I just witnessed the anthill mob chasing a giant silver slipper.
As car chases go, it is quite surreal, isn't it?
Yeah. But the problem is, these could be going on the same roads. There's no sense that they're going from A to B. Like, here's how I would do it. Given that they've got a microlight there, or what do they call it? Well, what's the term? A mini copter. Then they're gonna film some of this from the air, and then you'd have seen that he's driving towards a river or he's driving towards a lake. You're not seeing where this car is going to.
Yeah.
You're not seeing. There's and it only takes a couple of establishing shots. Think of it like, the Thames boat race in The World's Not Enough. You always get that shot of him leaving MI6 and then chasing it down the Thames. You keep getting these big shots showing where they're going from and where they're going to. And when they don't do that, they start playing around with map shots to show you where they are on the map. And you don't get that with this.
Why would you put the effort to put a crash helmet on? Surely you do that after you get up in the air.
Stunt health and safety purposes.
Wait for it.
Yes.
Yeah, really not.
No.
I'll tell you what, that right there has made all the years of paying the license fee worthwhile. I regret ever speaking out against it now.
That there is Little Shitty Gangbang.
See that in the past, me and Luke Hoser have been known to bring out the worst in people, but you're doing it and we're not saying anything.
I was just sitting here thinking, hang on, family friendly. Am I the only one that's still sticking to this?
That's some serious yellow screen reflection on that, isn't it?
Yeah. So this sort of shot isn't too bad because you can actually see it. Oh, right, okay. So they're coming into land, so you can see sort of where they're going and what's around. You get a sense of of everything. You get a sense of where things are. it's no good doing a chase sequence whereby you can only see things going past the camera or things driving fast. You've got to have more than that.
And you say John Pertwee paid to have that built.
Yes, he did. Yes.
I wonder where it is.
He had it designed and built. It's in the hands of a collector. It actually does shows. They actually take it under places and show people. Look, this is crap.
That should be Sean Pertwee's vehicle of choice. He should have had first dibs on that.
I mean, I think he was sold in like '96. I think. Oh no! He shoved me. Uh. That man just keeps getting shoved. I know, diced up by the boat engines. That'd have been a twist for Doctor Who.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
Just see this charn of red just floating in the water.
Hello, chum.
So here's where I have problems with the action scenes here, right? Imagine this was like like Thunderball or something like that, or Indiana Jones or whatever. You always get a sense of where they start from, where they go into. So when they like come out of the airplane, you can see them sort of. Oh, there's a mountain, and they go down the mountain, and you can see there's a waterfall. There's the danger. There it all is in front of you. You can see as they go in. With this, you don't. It's always behind. It's always what's behind.
Yeah.
It's really not shooting the right way around. It's shooting the reaction, not the action. See, more shots like that are better because you can see what's coming and you can see what the perils are ahead.
This looks like the setup for a corny joke.
Yeah.
I'm about 30 seconds ahead of you. It wasn't worth the setup.
Again, I think what they're trying to do is good to make it like dynamic. But again, BBC have never been good at shooting action. They really crap at it.
If they'd have got Havoc back to do this, it might have been.
Yeah, totally different. But I mean, again, you can't see what's in front of him to see. Oh, is there a waterfall in front of him? No, nothing. What's there? What's the danger? And that's the end of that. But like, for example, right? Just a good example, right? Thinking of Indiana Jones as well. Like, you know the boat chase in Last Crusade?
Yep.
You know the whole bit whereby they're doing the whole thing with the boat. She said, "Oh no, don't go between them." She's like, "Well, go between them? Are you crazy?" I was like, "No, don't go between them. what are you doing? And you get to see the boats in front as they're going through, because then you get to see the peril in front. All you see here is the reaction of everything. They're in front, shooting behind, and it's not the right way to shoot there. You need both. You need action and reaction, and it's dull and repetitive. Right. Anyway,
You get that frustrating ending, which makes
Yeah.
you realise, all that chase scene was just to fill
Nothing.
out episode
Yeah.
2. And why didn't he do that in the first place?
exactly. Why do you need to break in that when you can just materialize?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm in the starting sequence of episode 3. Doctor Who: Planet of the Spiders is on the screen by Robert Sloman. Part 3. Do, 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 do. I mean, they've got all this equipment. They've got all this big action-y type stuff. Hovercrafts, boats, thropters, the whole thing. It's just shot really the wrong way around. If you were showing the Doctor making an exit, if you were showing anything making an exit, you want to see them leave. But this year, you're showing him chasing after him. The action is all arse to face. And as you say, when this happens, it all means nothing. Yeah, I think I would have preferred if this had been set instead of in this sort of retreat, but in more of a monastery or a big sort of. And yeah, I think a monastery would have been probably the best thing for it. Something I tell you what, where I would have set it. Something like Fort Boyard. Something like that, which is just the isolated sea,
Yeah, that could work, especially if they're teleporting in and out.
Yeah, I would give an excuse for the boats. Now, you've got to ask me, I've got to ask you this. What the hell set is that? What? It looks like the delivery counter at Argos. He's even got the chute.
Yeah, I can't remember which one of you said it, but that's not very spidery at all, is it?
No. It's shelving. I mean, look at that. I like the fact that they've overlaid Lupton with Lupton, so it doesn't quite line up properly. I do like that. I don't like these sort of perfect holograms, but this is crap.
No, them spiders work better when they're not moving.
I gotta be honest, I think because it's overlit, it doesn't look well. But I think had they lit that to cast more shadow and to change the setting so it didn't look like a Blue Peter studio, it would have worked better.
No, it would have looked dark and shit, Carwin. Let's be honest.
No, but I mean, that doesn't help. The set doesn't help. The set helps nobody there. I mean, in terms of CSO, that's not too bad. And I would imagine back in the 70s when this was first seen, that's as again on an SDTV. Stranger things are happening. Season 4, for example.
Not until next year.
Yeah.
But Lupton sounds permanently drunk to me.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if John Beth was actually razzed. Because when you would shoot this, basically they would break for lunch and they would go to the pub. So that's pretty much how they would shoot Doctor Who, and the pub was literally out the studio and on your left. I really don't know what to make of the character of Tommy. I really don't.
Well, I mean, there are people who are like that, you know, adults with childlike minds.
Yeah, it's just the fact that I don't know if I don't know if it's. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I genuinely. I wouldn't have said it's insulting or offensive or anything like that. It's just the fact that I don't know if I like the character in it. Now you see, unlike Rey in Star Wars, he actually experienced something and then tried it, whereas she just done it.
Yeah.
And Lupton has one up on Rey. I mean, come on. Because every now and then she gets a little bit lonely.
Oh dear, you come a cropper now, mate, ain't you? Leaving your window open.
Yep. What have they been talking about this entire time? Don't know if you noticed that then, but he bumped the camera. There's a little shot as he come down and then he hit the camera and went, oh, wait. No. It's a bit rapey.
Stop it, Carwin.
It is. It's just, I mean, the inference is, it's just a bit.
After all that effort he went to get the crystal, and here we are just halfway through this episode, they've lost
Yeah.
it, and he's like, oh, well, we don't need it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just make it up.
Yeah, my confidence will get us through it. He could be getting anything. You don't. You. Oh my word.
Well, I just hope he's still dressed when he comes back out.
Yes, I'm thinking. Tommy got present for Sarah. Oh no. No. Put it away. Now, use how dumb Sarah Jane is. Look at the character of Tommy, and you've just given him a complex set of instructions.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You know, it just it baffles me. She's supposed to be a smart woman. She's supposed to be a smart, intelligent woman.
Well, she is normally.
Yeah, but she's just, done something whereby 2 and 2 make 5.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the thing is,
that-
with Tommy, it does. And she knows it does.
I'm not sure he's got as far as 2, to be honest with you.
No. You can count both thumbs, I think. Oh, yeah, Padme's in this. There we are. But we won't listen. Bollocks to it. We keep it in the attic. Where do you think we keep the cellar, Doctor?
Oh, she didn't know that was going to happen, did she?
Multi-CSO effect there. She CSO'd into a background, the CSO'd into another background.
CSOception. Is that where you're going with it?
Yeah.
It took them a number of years to cover that, didn't it?
The natives of Metabolist 3, everybody.
Jesus Christ. Every time either the Doctor or his companion meets, anybody, straight away, oh, you're a spy, right, we're going to execute you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, go on, kill her. Put her out of her misery. I wouldn't mind, but please stop phoning it in and mailing it in, Isa.
Smoke signaling it in.
Oh. You've been captured by Noel Edmonds' stunt double.
The bloke that's got hold of her now will definitely avenge her if something happens.
Unfortunately, this is probably his worst performance.
Oh, you can't be serious. been carried in. A spider has been carried in by what can be best described as a cross between air hostesses and Genghis Khan.
Yeah. And again, Gareth Hunt he's a good actor, or was a good actor. But it's everybody's falling in at this point. It's really bad.
Well, they're shutting the door. We can see you in there, which means
I
they
know.
can see you in there.
And this studio lighting is crap. I've got to be honest.
Only the lighting, you say?
Ah, no, but I mean it's not helping. It doesn't look like sunlight. It doesn't look like nighttime. It doesn't look. It's just crap.
They're going to sit him down, give him a chocolate and a book and a large vodka. What do you think's going to happen to him?
I think I'm again a
Look at
few
the- look at the
seconds ahead of
smirk
you.
Look at the smirk on her face there, right? He's been sentenced to death. What are you smiling about, woman? You mean the bit where you opened the door and stuck your face out? They saw you? How? I'll say this for this episode, though. It does display the Doctor very dynamically. He is constantly on the move in this.
So is that set, by the way. By the way, that overlay worked together there.
God, you can see how badly the roof doesn't fit. Jesus.
There's a lump of wood hanging off at the top, isn't there?
Yeah, the windows are bulging out and everything. Yeah, it's not that. It's because the walls haven't been put together right. There's no recess in the side walls, so the TARDIS is longer than it is wide. So the roof doesn't sit on square.
I take it we weren't supposed to see that guard sort of like take that jump so that he could easily be thrown by Pertwee then.
Yeah.
Well, you mean Pertwee for some of that.
Well, yeah.
Quick, hide under this piece of material.
I'd say there was some truly horrendous acting in that episode.
Oh yeah. It doesn't get better. That's it. Anyway, I'm in the title sequence now. Coming to the end of that episode, I should say. Yeah, it's not very good. The acting is not. People are really I mean, literally, just when they say hit your mark and say your lines, that's literally what they were doing.
One of them couldn't even do that with the whole, what was it, coming out of the door saying, you can't do that. It was, what the?
Oh, here we go. BritBox. Ting. Presented by BBC. Diddly-ding, 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 diddly-ding. There we are. Yeah, there's nothing really. I mean, honestly, the deterioration, and it does bother me when they do like these 6-parters, because at some point there is a deterioration in the storytelling, in the episodes and so on. This is why 4-parters work better.
And this story could easily have been a 4-parter.
Yeah,
There-
but you didn't need Professor Clegg dying. Oh, Professor Clegg. You didn't need Professor Clegg. Or you didn't need them all standing about in the house.
Or
Well, waiting
20 minutes of car chase.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at that. Jesus, look at the state of that window. It's buckled out. This box is bollocks.
Is that the original box?
It is, yeah. It's still the original box, yeah. But it's been pulled apart and put together, and it's quite a way back. This
Yeah.
this oh Jesus, stop! People keep mailing me. What's this? See, all the windows are smashed in. It's a hell of a state. Unlimited power, sort of. Like, why? If they can do that, why are they forcing people back? Just do it to all of them. Somebody please, Amort. Somebody. I don't mind who it is, just somebody. No, is he really?
I mean, if the script wasn't bad enough, that line was delivered with all the conviction of a junior school bloody nativity play.
It's a bit of an insult to junior school nativity plays, if I'm honest.
You're right, he is alive. You know.
Yeah.
God, said with feeling. Jeez.
I was a shepherd in a school nativity play, and I gave it a whoa, a star sort of thing. I didn't really.
I mean, I have nothing. I've got nothing. I don't know. I don't know what my feelings are with this character. I really don't.
I'll be honest with you. outside of the Doctor and Sarah, and the members of Unit, really, I think he's giving the most convincing performance. He's selling it well.
but I'm not sure what he's selling. I don't think again, it's like Professor Clegg. We didn't spend enough time with him to know what the shtick was. But and it's the same with Tommy. We don't really know why he's there. I mean, at least Sarah G's accepted the fact that he's not dead. Instead of being convinced that he is dead, like he was in the last one time.
Yeah.
She was convinced he was dead several times. You forget this, oh Queen. Wall up. Big frying pan, yeah.
Every time the Great One's mentioned, they always have to follow it up with all praise to the Great One.
Yeah. The greater good.
So that's where, if you want to get out of there, you just keep saying the Great One, and they can't do anything but talk.
I mean, at least they've killed the lighting in this set, no? I'll give it that.
Oh, it's going to make him write an E and an H. Back to the magic pencil again.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. Big loop round and down and round.
So he's just been given an IQ then.
Yeah.
Which, you know,
Tommy had a bad brain, now he has a good brain.
I'm pretty sure I saw that coming, but
Yeah, it wasn't the most unpredictable of events in this story.
not really, no.
I would have preferred him just to have been like Mongo from Blazing Saddles. Just see him out there just punching a horse.
I'm still laughing about Noel Edmonds' stunt double, actually.
You're on my balls. Nice close up of the key. I think it's probably the first time we've ever seen a close up of the key.
Key don't look like that anymore. That just looks like a standard door key now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it did originally. But I mean, it's changed over the years.
It's
I
not
do
her
know-
best camouflage coat, is it?
Yeah, I do know that they changed again for the Sylvester McCoy key, which is similar to that one. And I actually do know who owns that key.
Gareth Hunt was the one who said we don't want to do anything. Now he's saying, right, let's go
Yeah.
out, and the other one's stopping him. Make their minds up.
I know.
Yeah, but the other one's only stopping him with wooden acting.
Oh, they both giving it pine.
Yeah, but I mean, Noel Edmonds' stunt double. He's literally putting up a fence.
It's out there in the street where we always walk. You're not climbing a cliff. You're going onto the pavement.
It's about 20 yards away.
You live
what-
there.
Watch out for that traffic.
Yeah, okay. It looks like the Heidi High camp has been rejigged to make it look like more like a. I don't know. I don't even know what style that you would call that. I don't even know what how we would describe that style in.
I'm thinking 1950s housing estate.
It's
Oh, I was going to say American Indian Aztec mashup mixed
Yeah,
with the
it-
1970s.
It's a very British person thinking what a 1950s Indian design looked like based upon 1950s attitudes towards 1950s Indians in cinema.
That's
really
easy for
so-
you to say.
There's so many loops to go through. There.
Oh, regeneration energy.
All he had to do was play with his knob and he was okay.
Yeah, now he's come to.
He discharged.
We're all week. Try to veal.
He fiddled with his knob and he discharged. Now again, the problem I've got. This is why I have a problem with Tommy. He's gone from being this brain damaged person to being this intellectual now, but he goes nowhere with it. It's not like he's ascending in his intelligence. It's not like he's like, oh, he's escalating this character isn't going to be like, oh, he's going to keep getting more and more intelligent until he, evolves or something.
No, all I'm getting from it is, oh look, Tommy can read.
Yeah. Whereas I'm thinking, like, do you remember, like, Reginald Barkley in the Nth Degree?
Yeah.
Where he keeps getting more and more intelligent all the time, and it's like, oh, we can't build that, or I'll use how. And it doesn't happen in this. And I don't know what to do with this character of Tommy. Yeah, but he might have been on your side. You could have at least heard what he had to say. The next sentence might have been, I've got this great big check in my pocket. Like, none of these sets say spider to me. None of them.
No, that says, oh look, Sarah Jane's been put in a newspaper.
Now, is it me, right? See the guy that's strapped up for there? Am I the only one that's getting the vibe of the guy in the pit from Life of Brian?
Yes.
Those are my juniper bushes.
I hadn't spoke for 20 years. It's a miracle.
It's worth pointing out, I don't think I've ever seen any doctor eat as much as John Pertwee. He's always eating.
Well, other than a jelly baby, I don't think we really saw a doctor eat anything up until Matt Smith with his fish fingers in custard when he was regenerating. I mean,
John Pertwee always does. He's always got wine or tea or like with Joe Grant when she was having her sandwiches, he would take the sandwiches off the plate or cheese or
edible Pertwee's props.
Yeah. Oh, he's always doing business. Again, he's always doing something with his hands.
At least they're giving them a pillow, so I mean that's nice.
Yeah. They're only going to eat them to death. Might as well make them comfy. Here's the problem, right? It's pretty easy to work out. The spiders were interfaced with the crystals and became more and more intelligent until they grew bigger and larger to rule them. So all you have to do is go to the mountains and then get some crystals. Because that's all you have to do. Because they know how. They just said how.
Mm.
Couldn't use the word arachnid.
Only Pertwee can make a stone into a prop.
It's a terrible
No.
set.
Arak. Noel.
Yeah. Given that we've had a big chase sequence as well, there's a lot of sitting down in this story now, isn't there?
I think we've had our action serving for this whole thing.
Now he's into the spider set because it looks like a spider set apparently.
Oh, really? I thought he'd gone to Argos.
Keep trying to kill him. Okay, stun him at least. Somebody do something. Get in there with the flock. Wow, even he knows.
Well, that went well, didn't it?
It doesn't make it better the fact they called it out in the episode. It doesn't. Nah, that's a terrible cliffhanger.
Yeah.
It's not really. There's nothing threatening about it. It was just defeated. I was just like, ah.
Yeah, it's. I'd put that on par with look at this deadly mosaic.
At least the
Well, you
mosaic
know.
was at least deadly.
I mean, I think out of the episodes that we've had previously, I think that's the one you could have cut. I think that's the one
Yeah.
that's just like nothing happened in that episode at all.
No.
The Doctor didn't do much. He was sat around eating soup. Oh, here we go. BritBox. Ting. Presented by BBC. Diddly-ding, 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 diddly-ding. There we go. And that's the last time we're going to see this title sequence, which is a shame.
Did it change for the last episode then?
No. It's the last time we're going to see this one. Because it changes for the next one, because obviously the next one is going to be Tom Baker.
Oh, right. You mean the story as a whole?
Yeah. I'm not quite sure here, but why does every other person on this Metabilis planet sound like some sort of farmer? What's that about?
Well, they've got a kind of a mix between a West Country and a Norfolk
Yeah.
accent. It's kind of it's like a cross between the two.
Oh, they didn't say it that time. God, that wasn't a very enthusiastic one there.
No, you and me both.
Me either.
With sticks, big sticks with needles in. I have never seen anybody with a knife cut anything that straight ever.
You haven't seen me at work, mate. I do that for a living.
I tell you what. Jesus Christ, somebody giving it some effort. You're being paid, for God's sake.
Don't hold him up. He's got a SWAT shop to present.
Yeah, 3 legs. Yay.
Yeah, it's easy to get Houdini and Hopkins mixed up.
Yeah. It's good of him.
Yeah, don't hurry or anything.
Yeah.
Someone had to repeat it, didn't they?
I mean,
She didn't take
like,
much convincing,
yeah.
did she?
There wasn't really. She didn't like have her over a barrel or anything. It's kind of just like, well, okay, fine, fair enough.
Who is that actor?
Which one?
Well, I don't mean Richard Franklin. I mean the other one. He looks like a Tesco value Harry H. Corbett. I'm not sure who the actor is.
It is. Oh God. Check. Was it Christopher Burgess? Is it?
Yeah, it might be.
Ah, crap! I accidentally hit pause. But do you know where we are?
I'm at 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yeah, are you at Lupton just grabbed his head?
Yeah. 10:08. Right.
There you go. You will obey. You will obey. I will obey. There we go. Yeah. Like, did anybody like research spiders and what they might actually do? You know, behavior of spiders.
Well, I'm pretty sure they don't talk.
I'm
Well, you got
just
that
pretty
wrong.
sure that they don't get together in groups and just sort of hang out.
What, on work surfaces?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it is decidedly underwebby. I have
Yeah.
to say that. I mean, a spider's web and a spider are kind of synonymous together.
you'd have thought this would have been like better if it had been some sort of like cave or something like that, whereby it was just less constructed, or less constructed for people to walk around in. Not looking like a set that was designed for two-legged people. That's my real problem with it. In the cellar. Jesus Christ.
More padding.
Yeah. I'll take it out of this box that I was hiding it in and hide it in this box. See, this background that they've got for the spiders here now in this game, this is a bit more like it.
Yeah. Yeah, if all the sets were like that, that would be entirely more believable.
See, now she's bloody Palpatine. I am all the voices in your head.
That was actually a good impression, Colin. Well done. I'll give you 9 out of 10 for that. The Great One.
The Great One.
That would have worked better if we'd have all said that in unison. I'll have to.
Well, it has to be the project. It's got to be all hail to the Great One. Yeah.
Can I just point out something here? So we've got this crystal, right? And yeah, watch it. This is really good stuff from Pertwee Bear. I want to let this go here. He's really giving us something there.
God.
Not sure about the leg movements he was doing, but yeah.
Yeah, but he was really giving us something. No, so this is a plot about a crystal that affects people's minds, that is from an alien planet, that is controlling the information that can actually destroy people's minds with it. This is Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It's the same plot. Bloody Lucas. The alien creatures.
Well, I've got to say, although I'm one of the few people that likes that film, from what I've read about the new one, that's going to look like a masterpiece.
I've been deliberately avoiding any information about the new one, and not because I don't want spoilers. I just don't want to know.
Oh no, you don't.
I wouldn't have minded if they did recast Indiana Jones and gone back to like 1930s again, because I enjoyed the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles.
Oh dear, not very good shots there, are they? Missed the target.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, it can. Doesn't matter how new it is. When somebody sticks a firework up your backside and lights it, it'll be a surprise. It's interesting that one of those spiders was live puppeted and the other one was CSO. I hate the fact that they get the actors to stand in a position for the effect and then get them to move. Like, react, damn it, react.
Yeah. And, they could have at least cut it so they don't have that moment of them standing still.
Yeah.
I was
That's the
just
worst
trying to
thing,
work
they
out
let it
there. You got someone cutting someone out, and the other two are rolling about on the floor fighting. Surely, if the other one put the boot in, they could both untie him and get out.
No, it disappeared. I'm shocked. I saw it disappear right before my eyes. I'm curious as to what the hell they were doing. Varying degrees of effects there. I don't know what to say about that.
Is that Giles Brandreth made up?
Campo is George Cormack.
Yes, I know, but he sounded and looked a bit like Giles Brandreth in that instant there.
I mean, this thing though was just ground straight to a halt.
Well, they've got to get past Super Tommy first, though, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
That bloke at the back there's got a bit of a Dave Hill from Slade going on his Barnet, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, okay. Let's just electricity doesn't work. Let's just beat him with a chair. It's just not the most convincing electrical sounding effect. Like they could have recorded a Tesla bloody arcing,
Yeah.
and
It would have done a
no,
better job.
they went with synth keyboard effect. There we are.
And another cliffhanger that wasn't exactly.
Wasn't a cliffhanger, was it?
No.
Tommy you just kind of beat the crap out of him and then was just getting hit by synth. BritBox ting. Here we go. Presented by BBC and diddly-ding, 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 diddly-ding. Yeah, there we are. That's what I meant. Was this is the final time we're going to see this sequence, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, I still can't believe they only used it for for one, because they used
Yeah.
the bit with the diamond.
I'm curious as to whether or not they knew whether or not this was going to be the final season for Pertwee. I got a feeling they didn't. I think it was during this series that he made the decision. I'm willing to believe that he was going to. They originally planned him to stay on. I'm willing to bet that it was probably a bit of a shock to production that he decided to go. It's just back a bit as well, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently episode 6 wasn't long enough for transmission, so they
This is different.
yeah, the bits that were cut before.
This is the wrong way round. They haven't. It's like we're watching the director's cut.
Right, it says here, I read this earlier, it says, unusually, the reprise at the beginning of part 6 features multiple scenes that were not shown in part 5 before it reaches the cliffhanger point. Barry Letts explains in the DVD commentary that the reason for this is because the scenes were originally shot for part 5, but he felt the special effects backgrounds didn't really work, so he chose to cut them. However, this meant that part 6 was running short, therefore Letts had to reinsert the cut sequences into the episode's reprise in order to fit the required time slot. There you go.
Yeah, what he's saying is just crap. Yeah, see, this part. See, at this point at the end of the other one, they'd already attacked Tommy.
Yeah, see, this part was not in part 5. None of this dialogue.
Yeah, it was all cut.
Them being twisted and being forced to do it.
Yeah. A bloke with a receding long black hair, he's certainly feeling the noise there.
See, now we're getting back to where
Yeah,
that's a hell of a reshuffle. Like that is a really big reshuffle. It's kind of a waste of time watching episode 5.
Yeah, and we're nearly 5 minutes into this, and we still haven't reached the point at which the previous episode ended.
Yeah. Again, you're surrounded by heavy objects. She's shown that in a precarious position.
yes.
Man, that was painful. Hit him with the clock, it's right behind you. I'm pretty sure he would succumb to a grandfather clock across the head.
No,
And
they're
Tommy's
going for
just
the
standing
song.
there, like, yeah. I'm just going to wait for them to get even more.
I was going to say, and he's just going to stand there and wait for them to finish doing whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, give him a break. He's only been not simple for a couple of hours. He hasn't moved on to cunning planning yet.
Flying crossbody, I mean.
Well, that's convenient.
See, now this is the wrong time to be learning about a new character.
Well, yeah, in the very last episode, you've not really got a lot of time to develop it.
Yeah. So he's a projection of him, and yet he can still be knocked out.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Hard light hologram.
Hard luck, hologram. The moment has been prepared for. What a cut into flashbacks in this. Tommy's still standing there, waiting for him to finish. And all the time, a knuckle sandwich would have done it.
He does cut a suave figure in that outfit, though, doesn't he,
Yeah.
John Pertwee?
Yeah. Again, you can kind of look at him and go, you know, is he John Pertwee or is he Austin Powers?
Neither, Carwin. He is the Doctor.
Yes. Our victory was very successful. No praise to the great one.
Yeah, they're really going for it now.
All praise to the Great One.
Oh, praise to the great one. This is the one thing I do like with this story. He knows what he's walking into, and he's still gonna do it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, most spiders in your bath don't tend to fire electricity at you
Yeah.
in the key of D minor.
Yeah. 2 regenerations for the price of 1. Yes. It would have been nice if they'd done some sort of lighting effect in that, like a swirl of lights, just something to refract all over the place. It'd been lovely. I can see what they were going for with this, but like, there's no need for 2-legged steps on an
Yeah.
8-legged creature. Like it's just a little bit of common sense here. And like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, giving them the crystal was the actual solution to the problem. And
God, lost. That voice
yeah.
just.
Oh no, the place is shaking. Maybe we should evacuate.
Quick, run.
Everybody, before we get crushed. Nice model effects.
Well, there's good explosions.
Yeah. Yeah, Nicholas Courtney's hair is very mid-70s, isn't it? I'll say this to John Pertwee Stuntman. He knows how to eat floor. Like, he knows how to take a face bump to on the concrete. It's a good moment. No, he is. He is dead. Costello.
Gosh, weren't kidding with that, was he? There's one thing about Tom Baker, he was erratic.
That line was ad-libbed by Nicholas Courtney.
Right,
Well,
now
the
it's
end of that.
now it's Doctor Who.
And thus starts the greatest era of Doctor Who.
Well, give it an episode first.
That episode was great, apart from that tank.
I had no problem with Robot. I've seen
wrists.
I've seen
Carwyn
far worse.
loves the robot's wrists. He loves them.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Yeah.
Jesus. But that's the end of that. That's the end of the John Pertwee era. We've covered that, and that is Planet of the Spiders. guys, oh, what do you think? What do you think of that? I mean, as a 6-part story, just come to you first, guys. Who should go? Look, who's there?
It's the same as every time I've watched it before. It just has me thinking, I wish it was better. I do think John Pertwee deserved a better send-off than that. Yeah, okay, he did have his action scenes, so he did get the chance to, sink his teeth into doing some more, chases and fighting scenes and all that. But my God, there is so much padding in this episode. It did not need to be a 6-parter at all.
And I think for me, it's episode 5 that kind of hits the wall. Given that they've totally rewrite episode 5 in episode 6.
Yeah.
There's a huge lump there that they just didn't need to put in. So yeah, this didn't need to be a 6-parter. Chris, what are you?
It's better than I thought. It's better than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
But some of the acting was wooden, and as you say, well, most of it. Well, I mean, the regulars, Yates, Benton, the Brig, the Doctor, and Sarah. They were all exactly how they should be. The supporting cast. I mean, I don't know what Gareth Hunt was thinking, but Christ, I mean, he's a much better actor than that. Number 5, episode 5, dragged on a bit. It was better than I thought it was going to be, but that story was absolutely mental. I wouldn't say it was difficult to follow because I've watched a lot of Doctor Who from this point onwards. But yeah, if you was bringing someone into Doctor Who for the first time, that's not the episode you'd play them.
But here's my problem with the episode in general. The whole point was that Lutton was going to get the crystal to give to the Great One. How was that different from how the episode ended anyway?
Well, it wasn't.
I mean, did we just watch 6 episodes of... I mean, it's frustrating because it meant nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that the
Spider
Doctor
would have won.
Yeah, well, the Doctor didn't want to give the crystal to the Spider until he realised, after talking to Can Po, that that's what he needed to do to face his fear and make the ultimate sacrifice. I can see what they did there. They just did it in a really, really bad way.
But what happened there was Kenpo went, well, you're going to have to kill yourself when you don't have to. If you just give the crystal to Lutton, it'll all be fine.
Well, yeah, there was that as well.
Like, he died for absolutely no purpose there. And like, until Kenpo restarted the regeneration, he was dead. So it was a case of the Doctor would have died on a really crappy note. Like, it would have been, and I think part of the story is a case of be careful what you wish for type of deal. The Spider wanted the crystal, he got the crystal, and he died from it.
Also,
again, it's very, very Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
You're saying the Doctor died for nothing. Well, actually, from what I've read about this episode and the background politics of the whole thing, actually the Doctor died because the BBC wouldn't give John Pertwee a pay rise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing. I would say that about halfway through this series, they were set on him being the Doctor for the next season. They gave him a brand new title sequence. They levied him to fly around the universe in the TARDIS. They freed him up on all that sort of thing. There were a lot of brand new big adventures they were planning on going on, and I'm gonna assume that the first, I think it's something like the first 4 episodes of Tom Baker were probably written for John Pertwee. It wouldn't surprise me at all if that was the case, and they just had to rejig the scripts.
Well, Robot in particular, the amount that Unit were in it.
Yeah.
I believe, and I could be wrong, because I was looking at how they were shooting this story, because I looked at the shooting schedule, and it looks like they were actually shooting Robot at the same time as this episode.
All right.
So it looks like my initial thought was that they were that there was a gap, but I got a feeling that the reason why this episode is slightly crappy in the way that it's styled is because they were kind of filming 2 episodes of Doctor Who at the same time. So yeah, but they didn't film. They didn't film Tom Baker's regenerate. They filmed Tom Baker's regeneration first, but John Pertwee's regeneration wasn't the last thing that they filmed. That makes sense because it was all filmed out of sequence. So
Yeah, because I did read that they did that kind of live in the studio. They had John Pertwee in one place and Tom Baker lying on the other side of the studio, and then they just shot it both and mixed the two together.
yeah. So and again, so the 2 episodes. It looks like the 2 episodes were shot concurrently. So yeah. So that does at least explain some of the production flaws in this. And I say flaws, I mean huge pits.
Yeah.
It really doesn't help that Dudley Simpson is away on holiday. Like, he could have been anywhere right in this musical score because it was rubbish. The chase, the diddly music for the chase sequence was nonsense.
No, that is up there with the music from Ambassadors of Death.
Yeah.
That is.
I was going to say, is it quite Ambassadors of Death bad?
I mean, at least the Ambassadors of Death was going in a different direction. This was twiddling on a keyboard. I don't. And the thing is, again, I mean, for me, the things I like about this story, I do like about it. I like the fact that they did go back to what John Pertwee was known for. They went, there's fight scenes in this where he's throwing people around. There's action scenes where he's being dynamic. There's actual running in this where he's diving in up the TARDIS and hurtling across space and all this stuff. There's lots of good stuff here. The problem is that it's almost every single time it's ground to a scene where he's eating soup, or he's sitting down talking to Kempo, or
Yeah.
like why are you in such a rush to go sit down? Like those scenes were what were killing this, and almost every time, and it's dumb decision making, and surely right. As we were watching this, I know you guys saw it in a similar sort of vein because you called out on it. Was the fact that you can see the logic in the script falling down when, again, people like Tommy are just standing there waiting for them to charge up. And it's just like, why are you just standing there? And it was the same for all these different scenes whereby these spiders were sort of like trying to take charge on people and so on, and they were like, "Oh, look, it's a spider over there." Like, for God's sake, like, either be terrified and run away from it, or try to stamp on the bloody thing.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how would you react if you saw a spider? Do that. It was just. There were so many counterintuitive things to this story that I just it's a shame is what it is, I think.
Well, it says here that the chase scene that features, it's a large chase scene including Bessie, the Whomobile, a police car, a gyrocopter, a hovercraft, and a boat. That was added in by Barry Letts as a parting gift to John Pertwee, who loved vehicles and chase sequences. So that's the only reason that was in there.
Yeah.
But I mean, but also I think that it is indicative of the Pertwee era. I think it's kind of the bow on it. As a we had Pertwee's props in this, whereby he was playing with those headphones and those monitors and all the switches and knobs and all sorts. You got to eat and drink in this. You got to do. He was constantly doing business. He was doing stunts. He was doing action. It was all that. It was a muddle and a mess. And the fact that you get the sixth episode, which rewrites the fifth, is just like mind bending.
Yeah.
It's almost clever if it had been intended. If they'd intended on writing the episode that way, then we got to see it from different facets. Because I thought it was interesting at least that we were seeing it from the group's perspective before we were seeing what actually happened and how it unfolded differently. So that was like, oh, that's interesting because we don't know what's happening behind that door. So they showed us, but it was never intended to be that way. It was just a mess. What are your positives about this episode, Chris?
I think the actual regeneration scene is pretty good. I think Liz Sladen plays it perfectly. I know Terrence Dix has said that the only reason the Brigadier's there for the regeneration scene is so they didn't have to go through the convincing him he's the Doctor again that they did in Spirit from Space and that. I thought that was pretty good. The opening sequence on every episode was good with the the lines. I'm digging. I'm really digging. I thought, even though I suppose in today's society it would be frowned upon, I thought the guy portrayed Tommy pretty well. He played childlike really well. It didn't come across as comedy. As comedy,
as serious.
As comedy. Yeah, he was playing it straight, and I think he did it well. And when he started reading, the surprise on his face when he could do it, I think he was really the only other actor than the regular cast members that was really convincing for it.
I see where you're coming from. My problem is that what was his end goal?
Well, there wasn't an end goal, was it?
Yeah,
he was there purely for them to show what the crystal did. Sorry, Chris, you were going to...
No, I was pretty much going to say the same thing. The performance was great, but it was a character that really didn't contribute very much.
Yeah.
And as far as I could tell, he was basically there so that the four blokes could shoot at him. At the end of episode 5, and there you go. That's why he's there.
Yeah, you're right. He was there for the crystal can do this, and also we need a target.
The thing is, I mean, we already know sort of what the crystal could have done, because at least that was a part of what sort of Professor Clegg's role was to show that it could expand the mind. But unfortunately, that character didn't do much. Tommy didn't do much. There's two characters we could have already taken out of this story. Then at episode 6, and they decided to throw in, Kempo's a Time Lord, and by the way, here's a background story on him. This is not the time to be learning about a character. It's really not. It's a jumble, isn't it? Aside from some of the obvious flaws with this, given that it is Planet of the Spiders, we've got to talk about them. All praise to the Great One.
All praise to the Great One.
But what should they have done with the spiders? That's the question.
Probably an aluminium or mild steel dustbin with holes in it, some kerosene and a match for a lot of those spiders.
I mean, given that it's supposed to be called Planet of the Spiders, we only ever see like the ones on the tabletop. I mean, like when you think Planet of the Spiders, you're thinking these people should be out in the desert pegging it away from a Planet of the Spiders.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Starship Troopers.
Yeah. What
There's
I would
only
have
about
done,
a dozen of them.
what I would have done with the way they had the spiders there, I would have kept them very much in the dark so they were more menacing.
Yeah.
And I would have reused the sets from Peladon, the underground sets, like the catacombs, and I would have redressed it with a load of fake webbing.
Yeah, I mean that would have at least been something. And I'm not sure, but like we got to talk about the spiders. Like, what was the purpose to the spiders' powers?
Purely to move the plot along, as far as I could tell. It was very plot convenient. You know, the fact
Yeah.
that they could suddenly shoot lightning bolts, the fact that they could turn invisible when they're on someone's back. You know, yeah.
I mean, the whole thing with turning invisible on somebody's back, was that just so that that the Queen could hide on Sarah Jane? Was that the only reason why it was there?
It certainly looks that way. Yeah.
Because wouldn't it have looked more menacing if you could have seen the spider all the time?
Yeah, but then they would have known that because that was quite a plot twist, having Sarah Jane with a spider on her. But even though it was an obvious plot twist, it was still a plot twist.
Yeah, but but it's sort of like these people are being controlled anyway, and it's like Day of the Triffids kind of vibe. Yeah, with these these people being taken over and so on. But like having that visual of the spider on their back, as as all these people are in the getaway house, they're being taken over. Surely that's a bit more menacing to look at than somebody behaving as if they've got something on their back.
Well, it would have been if they actually looked like spiders.
But again, I mean, I'm just sort of trying to make sense of why you're going to do Planet of the Spiders, and yet, like, what spiders are known for are spider bites, spinning webs, and sort of venom.
None of which they,
Scuttling.
Scuttling, yeah.
But really,
They certainly didn't scuttle.
None of that was in this. None of it. And I think to myself, like, if you were going to do Planet of the Spiders, this wasn't it. This could have been Planet of anything. This could be Planet of the Donut People. And it would have played exactly the same way.
Well, I mean, it fits in with the appearance of the Cybermen and, death to the three Daleks.
Yeah. But that is a problem, though, with this sort of storytelling, though, isn't it? With,
Yeah.
If you're going to do Planet of the Spiders, you've got to do Planet of the Spiders, not I don't know.
a dozen spiders
Small
tucked
room.
away in some small room. Yeah.
Yeah, a cupboard of the spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah. but actually, if you're now, I come to think of it, looking at the shape of the plimps they were on, I would say that was actually baby changing room of the spiders.
Yeah, exactly. The other one, the Queen actually had like a footstool. You notice that?
Yes.
The actual Plint actually had a footstool. Why? I mean, again, terrible sets. Just really unconvincing. They changed the lighting rigs as well in between episodes. It goes from being like this overly lit, overexposed, bright set to actually being taken down quite a bit. But I don't know. I think if I was doing this episode and I was going to do Planet of the Spiders, I think I would have probably had the spiders bite people in the back of the neck. I think that's how I would do. I would add them, and not just do this like, oh, and now I'm on your back. I'm in control of your mind. I think I would have had it actually sort of see a pinch on somebody's neck, like just to give it that little bit of And I don't know about body horror, but I mean just a bit of sort of like, no, it's got you. It's very limp here. I mean the artist stretch is all very plot convenient stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way through.
Yeah, and we go back as well. I mean, it was very plot convenient as well with Lutton. Suddenly, he's going to go get this crystal. He managed to get past all the guards and everything. Finally gets into the room and then just makes the crystal vanish, so he doesn't actually have to be there. And then when he's being chased, then he just disappears and emerges in the house. So he didn't actually have to get into a car or drive or fly or You could have just concentrated, and you could have just gone there anyway.
Yeah.
He could have transported to just outside Unit HQ. He could have teleported the crystal into his hand, and then he could have teleported back to the getaway place. I mean, and that is it.
Yeah, and again, it seems to me that the problem with the script here is that it's counterintuitive, given the fact that if Lutton had actually got back to the Great One with the crystal, that would have ended the story at episode 1.
Yeah.
Like it really would have, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Because
so this could have been a two-parter.
even a one. This could have been 25 minutes long, and the Doctor would still be Sean Pertwee. I mean,
Well,
literally,
one other thing actually about Lutton is certainly in the last 2 episodes, it's almost as if the story forgot he existed.
yeah,
He was like standing there in the in that room with the rest of the spiders, not doing anything.
it's worse than that because the guy was sort of in a position of everybody's trodden on me all my life, and now I'm going to give them a taste of their own medicine, and it kills him. And I don't know what that is. What are you trying to say in that story? You know, because like he's a guy seeking revenge, and I he dies from it. I mean, I don't know what that says about Lutton as a character, but I mean, it goes nowhere.
No.
It doesn't really. Again, he's another character that doesn't go anywhere. Had Lutton been the reason why the other spiders had died, that might have been interesting because at least because he was showing that he had that power early on when he did the whole thing.
And then he never did it again.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a case of wouldn't it have been good if he just held the spiders at bay? If he had used that power just to hold the spiders at bay while the Doctor made his way to the cave. You know, as if the Doctor has this grand plan of okay, I've got to go to the cave. It's going to kill me. But I've got to go to the cave. I need you to hold them back while I get there because they're going to try to stop me.
And what did he do? No. Tried to punch a spider and got zapped.
Yeah. Yes, he and again, I don't like the whole because the other problem with the whole zapping part of it was he just took logic out of the equation. Like I said when we were watching it, they could have just picked up a chair and walloped somebody with it. It would have been far more effective.
Yeah.
And it didn't make sense. It did not make sense that Kempo's bloody Choji bloody projection got zapped and knocked unconscious.
Yeah, that made absolute. I mean, this whole story has serious failings of logic all the way through it, but that is the worst one.
Unless he was faking being knocked out, so he wouldn't get rumbled as a protection from.
So he could cuddle up with Mike Yates.
Yeah.
There you go. Who says Doctor Who wasn't diverse in the past?
I mean, it's a bit of a mess. This I don't know who's the script editor on this. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was Terrence Dix doing the script editing, which is unusual because he's normally a bit tighter than this. I'm wondering whether or not he might have been doing more than one at one time.
But did he also do Robot, or was that Robert Holmes?
It's hang on a sec. I will check. Robot Part 1. Credits. Just look, yeah. Right, there's Terrence Dix.
Yeah, so it could be, when you were surmising that they could have been doing the two together. He was spending more time on Robot than this.
I mean, yeah, he was right there, but the script and continuity department was Robert Holmes. So it looks like the story was written by Terrence Dix, but it was script edited by Robert Holmes. So he was script edited on Planet of the Spiders, but he was writing Robot at the same time. So yeah, he's probably quite busy. So and he's probably more invested in the incoming ship than the outgoing one.
Yeah.
The great one could have been a lot better, because apparently the assistant, Ian Scoons, designed a 5-foot spider with red eyes which appeared to breathe by means of an inflatable bladder, but Barry Letts felt it was too frightening and opted to use the same prop that they'd used for the Queen Spider.
Yeah, which apparently needed to be on a big platform with loads of steps.
Loads of stairs.
Because that's how spiders work.
That's for the 2-leg minions to bring her offerings. You're not thinking out of the box here.
No, I am thinking out of the box. I'm thinking that a spider should behave like a bloody spider. It's again, they could have done that blue crystal thing that they had. I would have just had somebody above with a torch just swirling it around just to get some light going in there, and all these light effects bouncing all over the place. The cave effect would have looked lovely as well. Had they built that as a prop instead of just CSO and everything. I mean, I guess that's part of Pertwee's legacy as well, is the fact that they introduced CSO in this period and they put it through its paces. They didn't actually develop synchronized camera work until I want to say about another 3 years, but it was developed for Doctor Who. And it was actually developed. So here's an interesting thing. So the sync cam, it was developed for Doctor Who. It was used. I believe it was originally used, and I could be off here, right? But I believe that it was first used for Doctor Who, but then the sync cam technology was adapted to be used on a Carl Sagan documentary. And that's where it actually led into motion control. So it actually sort of bounced around before it ended up in the hands of Dykstra, John Dykstra, who invented the motion control cam that they. But I think you just think I think Dykstra was actually working for a Californian institute at the time, whereby he was mapping. He'd built a big, huge motion control rig. Like he had built like they had this big, huge road map, and he had built this camera with a periscope lens on it, and it was like 30 foot by 30 foot. It was huge, and he was using that to actually do motion control, and that's what ended up in Star Wars. Not that type of camera. The camera, the rig, sort of the control mechanism for the rig, I should say. Because the camera they used for Star Wars was crap. That was a monster. But it was. But it starts kind of with Doctor Who, with the sync cam, and basically all the same sync cam is now. This is a clever little thing. So you got a camera on one mount and another camera on another mount, and this one has gears on it, and this one has motors on it. And what you do is, when you move this camera, you move the motors on this one, and it moves the motors on this one, so they both move at the same time, right? Now, when they started using this, they realized that you could do this and you could do this and all this stuff with a camera. But to do model work, you have to use however much you move this camera by. This one has to be moved by a percentage. So if this one does this big sweep here, this one has to do a little sweep. So you're doing this, right? And how they did it on Doctor Who was they had a potentiometer where they turned it down. So anytime that they had to do it, they had to rehearse for hours just to know, because there was no, if you turn to this is 1/18th scale, or this is 1/24th scale, or this is, they literally had to dial. When they talk about dialing her in, that's what they mean. When somebody says they have to dial her in, that's what they were doing. That's where it comes from. Because they literally had to dial in the percentage, and it was all developed for Doctor Who. So yeah, but it started off with the CSO.
There you
There
go.
we go. Yeah, and now we're doing Pixar. It's a big leap in technology, but I mean, let's talk about the technology here. What do you think of the CSO for this, for things like the spiders and so on?
I mean, it's not brilliant, but you compare it to Terror of the Autons. So we're only looking back 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I can see where it has improved. But I mean, you look at things like, well, the flying Whomobile. Like Chris was saying, it looks gold.
Yeah.
Because all the yellow screens, because they were using yellow screens, not green screens for the CSO, weren't they?
I
Or
think yeah,
chroma key, or whatever they
yeah,
called it.
I think what it was. This is going back even further, right? So way back when they were doing things like Mary Poppins and so on, and Bedknobs and Broomsticks, they were using something called a sodium vapor process, which is slightly different to how they would use CSO. But sodium vapor would work via the fact that it operates in a very narrow bandwidth. So, for example, unlike green screen and so on, green screen is quite a broad spectrum color that you can actually sort of you can kind of click on it and you've got a tolerance with green screen. With sodium vapor, it either is or it isn't. It operates within nanometers of the electromagnetic spectrum. So it either is that color or it's not that color. Which means that you can get a really, really super fine punch out of the mat.
I'll tell you, that almost sounds like that would be the superior one to use rather than CSO. So
It is.
it must have some drawbacks.
It's superior to the technology we have today. You can actually pull there's things you can do with the sodium vapor process you cannot do with green screen. And the reason why we don't have it anymore is because it is very difficult and very expensive to replicate. Because the way it works is that you have a prism inside you have two cameras. It's photographed with two cameras, and you have two sets of film, and it's photographed with a very precise formed prism. So the prism acts as a beam splitter. So the footage comes into the prism. It divides into the two films. One is a film that is developed for sodium vapor, and the other one is the one that's RGB. So one that does all the color, the other one is capturing the matte, and it's such a superb part of the process that the matte itself is so fine that it'll get every hair, every follicle. If you look at the flying sequences in Bedknobs and Broomsticks, for example, they're all mattes, and you'd never know. You would never ever know, because it's such a clean punch out that there's literally no fringing at all. And you can capture as part of that process. You can capture things like mesh, which doesn't fringe. I mean, the best example is Mary Poppins with the veil, because you can actually see her veil in the when she's doing the It's a Lonely Holiday with Mary, all that scene. And you can actually see her veil, whereas you can't do that today. If you were to do it today, you would look like what Chris is doing there with his background. If Chris blows some smoke there, see, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Whereas if you'd done that with sodium vapor, you would see that actually fade. And it's a really, honestly, it's such a superior part of the process because it operates literally. What we're talking about is color range. So when Chris set up the green screen there, he's got a percentage of, for example, anywhere between sort of 30 to 40 values of green that he can go between.
Yes, he'll show you as well if you hang
Yeah.
on. You'll be able to see the difference in colour on my green screen. Yeah, let's just get the camera on, and then there you go.
Yeah.
So you can see the different colours I've got on there.
Yeah. I know with that, and you got tolerance. So you I don't know what the tolerance is. It's probably like down to 80 and up to say 120. Say you got a value of like 40 points in that spectrum to get that. With sodium vapor, it's literally like 0.01 of the spectrum. It's incredibly narrow, so it punches out the best Mac you've ever seen. So that's why they went and ended up using yellow for Doctor Who, because they thought, oh well, that it must be a similar sort of thing.
The difference is here is right.
It's not Disney, yeah.
It's not Disney, and my camera, my green screen, my light, and everything I use here. I've got rid of the shine off most of my head by using a bit of shaped cardboard. It's less than 75 quid.
Yes.
And I've got it as good as that, just for less than 75 quid.
Absolutely. But the what they did with the 1970s Who was the fact that they seemed to think that was the best part of the, or that was the way to go with it, to use the yellow. Again, they were operating in a very narrow field, but it was still much broader than sodium vapor. Like, even if you're talking only 4%, 4% is still way more than like 0.1.
Yeah.
It really is, and it's an incredible technology that they. First of all, I'm amazed that somebody, a director, to be honest with you, somebody like Steven Spielberg or what, somebody with some pulling power hasn't tried to revamp the technology. But at the same time, now we're dealing with the fact that people are going back and basically using rear projection now. So similar to what I was showing you before we started the stream earlier, but they're doing it with giant interactive screens now, like what they're doing with the Mandalorian. Again, that's got its pluses and minuses. So there's only so much you can do with that sort of technology. But yeah, the visual effects in this are. I think the electricity effects aren't bad, but I think they could have been better had they actually recorded proper Tesla effects. If they just literally just gone to like an arc center or something and just gone, can we just put a bit of black card behind this and record some?
Yeah.
But I think that's enough talking about the visuals in this. What do you think of the sound in this with the spiders, the voices of the spiders and so on?
Right. Yeah, that sound he just made.
I mean, with the one obvious exception, the actual voice of the spiders wasn't too bad, but it just sounded far too disjointed. At no point did it even vaguely sound like it was a spider speaking. The great one, I don't know what the hell they did with the voice there. At least one person kept up with us, and you're slowing down there, Chris.
I didn't want to interrupt you, mate. Carry on.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Why they felt the need to make the Great One's voice so loud and so shrill and just way too over the top and pretty unbearable, I no idea. I really wish they hadn't done it though.
Yeah, it was kind of shrill, wasn't it?
Oh, it's terrible.
I think what made it worse was the way they were talking. The spiders were talking like this with an effect on, and it sounded like they were trying to be Daleks, and that's what it sounded. It sounded like Daleks on helium.
Yeah, especially the Great One again.
Especially the Great One. All praise the Great One.
Yeah. But the thing is, well, it's not just the voices though. I mean, the sound effects in this as well. The general sound, like the squirrely sounds for the lightning effect.
Yeah, for the electrical discharging effect was
Yeah.
crap. I mean, it didn't
Um,
sound remotely like electricity being shot out.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what the best effect in the whole episode was, and that was the wooden mannequin that looked like Noah Edmonds. I thought he almost looked real.
Yeah, yeah, we can rail on them some. I mean, it was just they were just phoning it in. They were just showing up for a paycheck.
Yeah.
It was, but let's talk. I mean, let's talk about some of the set design. What the hell were they thinking?
Well, they weren't
These-
thinking, were they?
I mean, they were going for clearly they were going for local natives or land dwellers, or I don't know. And then they got all these Butlins cabins
Yeah.
with all these like diamonds painted on them and so on. And then show up dressed in all sorts of ragged clothes, talking like bloody farmers. I
Yeah. Yeah, I'm at a bit of a loss to try and explain that one, you know. I mean,
don't-
the sets looked like they were just made out of a load of wooden planks, and yet they were by no means the most wooden thing that was on display throughout any of those scenes.
the fact that the woman comes out, she's like, she's really got a big shit-eating grin on her face, and she's talking about her husband who's going to just sacrifice himself.
Yeah, and then she gets the line wrong, and oh my god, it must have been, they must have had some tight time constraints there, and it was basically right, we've got to get this done on the first take, and we've got to use it, because some of that was just unforgivable.
Yeah, hurry up, will you? Get it done. I've got a really more interesting story about a robot filming on the other stage.
And I mean, let's be fair here as well. That TARDIS is done, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in a bad old way, isn't it?
I mean, that box has just had an absolute knackering. It's what a twisted mess. I've got it. I remember this was going back. Oh, I want to say about 15 years. And you know when you have you guys ever been to a Doctor Who exhibition?
I haven't, no.
Not for a long time. I have been to one, but it was back in the 90s.
So I went to the big one that we used to have up in West Wales, right? And this was going back a long time, right? And it was probably, I want to say it was probably the premier Doctor Who exhibition in Britain at the time when it was, and this is going back, well, I don't know, 20 plus years, 20. I think it closed in 2002, I think. Which is ironic because had it stayed open for another 3 years, it would have been probably booming. But it was literally it was in a 5-story building, and it had everything. It had absolutely everything in it. And I remember going there when I was a kid, and of course I went to Longleat as well to that one in Longleat, and I ended up going to the one in Cardiff just after Doctor Who had restarted, and I remember going there because it was. When I went there, it was at this time. It was in the Dragon Centre. It was before it moved to its own exhibition centre. It wasn't very big. It wasn't a very like huge exhibition. It was about the size of your average supermarket kind of thing. And they had a lot of stuff from the 2005 revival show. You know, with, they had a couple of Slovene there. They had a couple of Daleks there, and all that stuff. But in the corner, they had one of the original TARDIS props. And you know when you kind of see it, it's like your childhood hits you, right?
Yeah.
And it was behind this sort of black webbing that they put up, and it was on a 45-degree platform, and it was rotating, and the light was flashing on top. And I remember walking up to it, and as the closer I got, the more it was painful, because the closer I got to it, you could see the damage. you could see how absolutely bollocks it was. And it got worse and worse. And the worst thing I remember seeing, it wasn't just that it was knackered. It was the disrespect it had been given by those who tried to fix it as well. Because when I finally got up close, as it sort of rotated around, the front of the TARDIS comes into view. All the windows were buckled and mangled and everything. They were missing. They were basically replaced with paper, and the doors were being held on. The big T hinges.
Yeah.
They just screwed them on straight out the outside and just painted blue over the top of them. And it was down the doors, and it was just like, this thing is absolutely shagged.
Yeah.
Like, and it was, and my face just dropped. It went from being like, oh my god, there's the TARDIS, to holy crap, what have we done to it?
Yeah, look at the state of it, yeah.
And it's just, when you see the prop in this episode, it's had its day. It needed to be put out far sooner than this, and they needed to make more than one. Because the other thing that people don't realize about this, they inherited the prop. That prop wasn't built for Doctor Who. That prop was built for Z cars. They literally nicked it off the back lot of Z cars.
Oh, right, okay.
It wasn't designed for Doctor Who at all. It was literally they went onto the set of Z cars and they picked up the prop from Ealing and just shipped it over to Lime Grove. And that's how they got the prop.
Was this still the original prop from
Yes.
when it started in '63? So
Yeah. It's
so
over 10 years
11,
old,
11 years, and yeah,
yeah.
they given it hell.
Yeah. Well, the roof had been cut off, and it had been shortened, and the horns had been cut off. The walls had been taken apart and put back on so many times that people didn't even know how to put the walls back on anymore. Again, the box went from being a box to actually being narrower than it is deep. So it went from being square to being rectangular. And you can see it. You can actually see, if you look at the walls, if you look at the door where the depth of the doors are, you've got the pillars, and the doors are sunk back about 3 inches into the pillar. Whereas if you look at the side walls, they'd actually flush with the side of the pillar, and that's where the roof doesn't fit. If you look at the roof, the roof, there's this overhang over the front because the front is too big for the roof, so the front of the roof overhangs. But because the back wall is put on wrong and the side wall is put on wrong, the actual roof actually has to sit like a diamond on the top. So it can't sit square. And that's the state of it, honestly. And also as well, if you look at the bottom of the TARDIS as well, one of the bottom panels has actually come away, and somebody's actually kicked the panel out, and they've actually just replaced it with a plank of wood.
That is part of the problem. It no longer even vaguely looks like. Obviously, it's supposed to be made of concrete.
Yes.
And in the beginning, it did look like that. But it sure as bloody well doesn't by this sort of time. You can clearly see it's wood.
Yeah, it's a point of contention with me. It's an absolute point of contention with me that the modern props have wood grain in it. It drives me spare.
Carwin. Now, deep breaths. Peter Cushing's TARDIS. Peter Cushing's TARDIS.
Yeah, that's a TARDIS done properly, yeah.
Yeah. It honestly, any single time I see it with the wood grain in it, I know what they're looking for. I know what it was, but it's not supposed to be bloody wood.
No.
The police would never make a box out of wood. And there's a really good reason for that. It's just the fact of the matter is it's supposed to look like a Gilbert Mackenzie Trench Mark II box, and it bloody well doesn't. Yeah, and then we get the Tom Baker box, but the Barry Newbury box, which I hate so much. Because the thing was, when we see it in Legopolis, it looks really good. And all they've done is stack the roof. and what a massive change. Yeah, I think it gets his final out in Black Orchid. I think that's when it's finally put to death. Yeah. So obviously, next week.
I'm
Actually,
not
do you
here.
know?
I'm not here next week.
Yeah. Next week, yeah, you're not going to be here. So, I don't know what we might do. So I don't know if we're going to talk about the John Pertwee period next week, or if we're going to do something else. I know we won't be going straight into the Hartnell era next week because obviously you're not going to be here. So we'll postpone that for a week after. Um, thoughts, Lucosa? What do you think?
Quite like the idea of going through the Pertwee era because, yeah, obviously there were a fair few stories that I didn't get to have a hell of a lot of say on, other than
Yeah.
just written comments down the side.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that
I think
sounds good.
I think we should. I think we should do a season roundup, a series roundup, I should say. Just go over some of the stories that we've already watched, some of the really good ones, and some of the not so good ones.
Well, that'll be nice for me to sit back and
Interesting.
watch. I can sit. What the hell was that? I can sit back and I can sit back and watch that one because obviously I was there for all the episodes. So
Yeah. I'm really. I've got to be honest with you. I know that you don't know the Hartnell era that well, so I think how have you enjoyed the Pertwee era?
I've loved it. Even the lows like this one and the dinosaurs and stuff like that. I've still enjoyed it. I would still rather watch Planet of the Spiders and Invasion of the Dinosaurs than I would watch any of the stuff post 2005 because I prefer the episodic nature of the series. That's my taste. So yeah, it's been great to go and visit it. And there's been very few stories that I'd seen before. I mean, it was only about 5 or 6 out of
Yeah.
his entire run.
Has this elevated Joe Grant as a companion? In your opinion?
Yes.
Yeah, I do feel I genuinely feel like I know everybody loves Sarah Jane, and she was probably the longest serving companion. I think I'm not sure about that, but I think she was in it for quite some time. But I think Joe Grant does get overlooked, and I really because like everybody knows Ian and Barbara, everybody knows Jamie, everybody knows Sarah Jane, and everybody knows Ace as well, and obviously Rose these days. But I think like Katie Manning as Jo, there's a really good. She's just very sweet character.
I think
And
Liz Shaw is criminally overlooked as well.
Yeah,
I mean Liz.
as
Liz
much as I hate to say it, I think the problem with Liz Shaw, it didn't really work because the idea, I think, was she was supposed to be like a high-level scientist, and her and the doctor, when they were discussing something, could discuss it as equals.
Yeah.
But it meant that a lot of the audience, well, at least they would assume anyway, that a lot of the audience still wouldn't know what the hell they were talking about. So they had to bring in somebody who was, in quotes, not as clever as Liz Shaw was. That's how I think Joe Grant came along. I always liked Liz Shaw. She's one of my favourite companions, actually.
Yeah.
Not just for the eye candy, although that does help.
Yeah, but I think that I mean her wig didn't help. Liz Shaw's wig did not do her favor.
No, I've got to say that I mean, for the actress herself, it suited her a lot better in, say, Spearhead from Space when she had her own hair on.
Yeah, and I mean, she was quite a ballsy character as well. I mean, she got into fights and so on, and would actually handle herself pretty well.
Oh yeah, and for want of a better phrase, Mirror Universe Liz Shaw was brilliantly nasty.
Yeah.
And again, like Inferno is a cracking episode of Doctor Who, and to get to see the characters play their alternate selves was good. I mean, Nicholas Courtney with the eye patch,
Yeah.
just chewing the scenery.
Yeah, you could tell he was loving every minute of that. Yeah.
So, what has been your low point then, Chris, for this
Um,
series? What do you wish they had done better?
I wish they'd have had more money to spend on some of the model effects. I mean, the dish rags weren't too bad from a distance when they were puppets. They were all right, but the models for the dinosaurs were laughable. It is a lot of the model work. Occasionally they got it so right. Like at the end of Planet of the Spiders, them explosions in the mountainside was really good model work. And then you put that alongside how bad the spiders were. I think that's the low point. I've got with one or two exceptions, I've got very few problems with the stories and the scripts. For a lot of the stories, the lighting's pretty good. The stuff Havoc done was brilliant.
Yes.
And it really, really stands out in the chase scene in Planet of the Spiders that they weren't there. So it's little things like that that bring it down, I think. It's there's a lack of consistency in the effects. And when they're good, they're really good. And when they're bad, they're really bad. And there's not a lot of middle ground.
That I think that is a defining trait with this era. That the inconsistency with the effects is a problem because you can tell when you got certain people working on the visual effects, you can tell whereby one series will have some really. I mean, just as a standout moment for me personally, visual effects wise, it hit the level when they done Demons. All the visual effects in Demons was right. It hit the right level. Anytime they showed it, like for example, when they were showing like the bridge arc where the trucks had to drive through, otherwise they would catch fire, and they set up that cascading effect, and it looked good. It looked. I don't know how you'd have improved that to do it today. That I think Demons kind of stepped up the mark, and then obviously then it went into blobby stuff. Red blobs on screen supposed to be blasts and explode, just rubbish stuff. It is a problem whereby, and I think what it is that at this point in time, it's a point whereby the BBC are just handing off who can do this, who's the visual effects mixer, and they grabbing whoever can do it and they go, oh right, you're working on Doctor Who this week. And I still feel like it's some people. I know that this was a thing at the time. Was that the people that were working on Doctor Who didn't want to be working on Doctor Who? They wanted to be working on anything but Doctor Who. They had a tight knit team that wanted to work on Doctor Who. The people that really, the upper echelon, your Terence Dicks, your Robert Holmes, Philip Hinchcliffe, all these guys, they the top brass that wanted to work on Doctor Who. Your set builders, your painters and decorators, they didn't want to be there. They kind of besmirched it. And I know, I mean, as we're talking about John Pertwee, John Pertwee did give a few people a dressing down because of, they were trying to make the show, and he had overheard crew members making comments, and he pretty much put them in their place because he was kind of like that. He was kind of,
He was a bit of a perfectionist, wasn't he? He wanted everything to be done,
yeah,
well. But then who wouldn't be like that?
yeah, and I think that it's one of the biggest credits to John Pertwee. I do kind of miss him. No, he hasn't been with us for what 25 years.
Yeah, it is 25 years.
But he had a magnetism. I feel that when he was performing, he he brought another dimension to the character, and he brought another dimension to the show. I know we've joked about Pertwee's props and so on, but he was always busy on the set. You'd never find John Pertwee sitting down doing nothing. If you did, he was doing this with his hands, or he was doing this, or he was or hey, and he was always because the problem with doing performing on a screen is that, particularly when it's a BBC show, anytime people are performing on screen, they always have to be in motion, right? So anytime you watch a film, the characters are always in motion, right? It's whether or not they go from A to B, or if they're talking in a scene, they're never sitting down talking in a scene, just like talking. They're up and about and they're moving. They interact with each other. They sit down briefly, then they get back up and talk, and then they're always or they walk in together, or they on a bus together, or in a car together. So they're always in motion. So here, where they have people static, people literally sitting in seats talking, you can see Pertwee's not comfortable with that, and he's constantly doing this, or he's even that. But he does a lot of business.
I'll tell you another one of Pertwee's strengths that I thought was really good for the character. Not so much with Liz Shaw or Sarah Jane, because they weren't really with him long enough. It's the almost surrogate fatherly figure he had with Joe. That I think was one of the strengths of like the homely, nice side of the character.
Yeah, I mean, it was I don't know whether or not it was just because of the relationship they had, but I know Katie Manning still has great reverence talking about that period. Where she's talking about her relationship with John, and because he was dynamic as a person anyway. Because like he would do things off set, off camera. I mean, the scene in Demons whereby they get lost because the sign changes direction.
Yeah,
that's based on an incident that happened with her and him. They were actually late to a set one day because he was driving. He decided to pick her up and bring her to set, and he got lost. And that's why that's in the story. But he was that sort of, I know they say they bring themselves to the character, but John really did bring himself to the Doctor, and it's very, very difficult to sort of separate the two.
So he bought a car.
Yeah, he built the Whomobile. Yeah. What do you think? Given that they introduced Bessie in this, should they bring Bessie back?
What, in today's
Yeah.
Who? No, because it won't. No, because it won't look like Bessie. It'd be a Ford Focus or something.
Oh God!
It'd be like a yellow Ford Focus ST or something like that.
When I said it, I meant bring back the actual bloody car. No, I didn't mean have them rebuild a new version.
No, but that's what they do. That's what they would do, though. I don't think they'd use the. If they could use the original, it very much depends on who they cast as the Doctor to make it believable. Tennant, Matt Smith. In fact, right up until I don't know if Jodie Whittaker would, because she's quite small stature. But the other four of the modern era, I think Matt Smith really would have fit in Bessie because of the way our arms and legs he was.
Yeah.
But no,
limbs.
If they brought it back, they'd probably rebuild it. It'd be a different yellow car. They might try and make an old-fashioned one, but unless they're gonna match it as close as they've matched the TARDIS, a slight upgrade, but not completely change it. No, don't bring it back.
Here's an interesting thing. When was the last time we saw the inside of the TARDIS? Was it Time Monster?
In the Pertwee era, it would be Planet of the Daleks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Planet of the Daleks
Oh,
when
yeah,
Sarah Jane
yeah,
had to go
yeah, it
back
was.
and get the tape recorder.
We hadn't seen much of it though. Given that he was dashing in and out of it, we hadn't seen much of it. I'm guessing that's because it was being done for robot.
Quite
That would
possibly,
be my guess.
yeah.
Did we see much of it in Robot though? Because he goes in there and does his comedy clothes changing
Yeah, the
thing.
Yeah.
costume change, yeah.
But you don't really. I don't know if you actually see inside it until.
I mean, I'm guessing at this point in time they are doing a repaint and redecorate. Because they are looking at, this is the next series. So they probably would have a new series budget. So they probably were looking at, getting things for the new Doctor.
I'm just wondering, do we actually see the inside of the TARDIS before Revenge of the Cybermen? Because Genesis of the Daleks, they get spirited away to that one.
TARDIS
Yeah.
isn't even in it, yeah.
TARDIS isn't even in it.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. I'm wondering whether or not they actually just sort of at that moment in time they would that's why you didn't see it. It's because they probably were repainting and redecorating.
So I'm just having a nose at the Ark in space while we're talking to see if
Yeah,
there's any
I
TARDIS in
don't
it.
remember seeing TARDIS interior in Ark in Space either.
Don't they travel via Bangles?
That's Genesis of the Daleks, isn't it? And then when they arrive at Nerva at the start of Revenge of the Cybermen,
Because they get separated from the TARDIS, don't they? Or am I thinking of a different? Don't they beam up to the station and they get separated from the TARDIS?
well, they beam down from the station at the end of Ark in Space, and then you get the Sontaran experiment. So the TARDIS isn't even in that at all.
Yeah.
And then after that, you got Genesis of the Daleks. Yeah, that's using the Bangles and that. So I don't think the TARDIS is actually seen again until Revenge of the Cybermen. And whether you get an actual TARDIS interior, I'm not sure.
Right, the first episode of Ark in Space, Harry, Sarah, and the Doctor appear. The TARDIS lands, but you just see them coming out of it. You don't see any interior. And I think at the end of Robot, so I'm going to have a look because I've got them all sat here in front of me. They just get in, shut the doors,
And takes off.
and off they bugger.
Yeah, I mean I can understand that because it wouldn't surprise me if these sets get flat packed. At the end of the week they get flat packed and put into storage. And it wouldn't surprise me if what's happened there is that we don't see it because they've literally been battered and so on, that they've been refurbished. And you're talking 8 to 12 weeks of basic reconstruction, to be honest with you. Because I know like one of the consoles was absolutely shattered. Like it was just like.
Well, the one that's used in Inferno, I mean, that was absolutely, it was falling apart.
Yeah. I mean, some of them just were totally like knackered. And the problem was that they kept, because they kept putting them in and putting them out of storage, they weren't meant, they're running on casters. So they were going in and out of storage and they were just being slammed into things. So the bits were flying off and, they were putting them down a corridor and people were walking past carrying walls and smashing into it. And it just ended up getting totally smashed to bits. I mean, I think, if I'm right in thinking, like the Fifth Doctor's console, I think that's still surviving, but I've got a feeling it's in a private collector. But that's apparently in a shoddy state.
The one from the Five Doctors onwards?
Yeah. Yeah. There are plenty of good replicas out there, but I think the actual one, it's in a private collector's hands and it's in a bit of a condition. Which is, that's up to them. I know several people that collect those sorts of things, and they don't want to bring them up to scratch. They'd rather them be as they were. Which to me, I don't see the point. It's only going to deteriorate further. I think if you're gonna get something like that and you're gonna spend that money to buy it, you at least want it in
Yeah,
pristine form.
yeah.
So, but I
Yeah.
mean, all the reproductions I've seen have been absolutely spectacular. So, yeah, I think we've covered pretty much everything for Planet of the Spiders and then some.
We haven't rated it yet.
We haven't rated it, no. We're going to. Planet of Spiders. Chris, let's come to you first. Where
I
would you
was
put Planet of the Spiders?
I was going to give it 4 out of 10,
Mhm.
but I am elevating that to a 4.5. I'm giving it an extra half because of the regeneration scene. And
Yeah.
how believable Liz Sladen and Nicholas Courtney were in that.
Yeah, that's great. If you were gonna say I mean, is that the regeneration scene your high point of this?
Yeah, I'd say so. Just as an aside, because we were talking about it while you was talking about TARDISes.
Yeah.
You won't believe this, right? But from what I've been able to flick through the episodes rather quickly while trying to listen to you, episode 1 of Planet of Evil is the first episode that I've found a TARDIS interior in, which is like 7
hell.
stories in.
Yeah.
It's quite a way. Yeah.
But yeah, the regeneration scene was the high point for me. I think that and the guy playing Tommy, especially when you read that he was ad-libbing being Tommy on the way there, saying he was going to see his friend Doctor, and the Doctor and the cab driver thought he was a total nut, and they like he said get back in the cab, and he refused to get back in. The driver left in there, and he had to explain to the security guard at Television Centre that he was like, no, I was just putting that honest the character I'm playing. I am whatever his name is, Kane the actor, and
Yeah.
this is the part I'm playing. They believed him, and he went in. So yeah, he that was one of his first television roles. That actor, he'd only done like stage stuff, so he really got into the part and ad-libbed it on the way there. So yeah, nothing wrong with a bit of ad-lib, and yeah, I thought he was pretty good. So yeah, that's my 2 high points, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so that's your high point. What's your low point?
Probably the Noel Edmonds mannequin. I mean, he was shocking.
So, what was the point that you gave? Was it 4.5?
4.5, yeah.
Okay, Lucosa, you've just watched this with fresh eyes.
Yeah. It is one that I always wish it had been better than it actually is. But I do think 4.5 is a bit low. That's a bit cruel to Planet of the Spiders. It's not great, but it's not diabolical. I mean,
Is there a better story there though? I mean, had they edited this differently, could this have been a better story? Like if you cut certain bits out, could you have made it a better story by not putting so much in?
I think you could have done. I mean, my low point for this is the sheer amount of padding that's in there to make it a 6-parter. It's a 4-parter. There was no real need to make it a 6. That said, I am kind of glad that they put in the chase scene that really padded out episode 2, so that it gave Pertwee, a great swan song, with all his action stuff put together. Yeah. Even if it means trying to ignore the flying Whomobile. I think there could be a better story if it had been edited together. The problem is it always ends up with the same problem, because the way the story ends is, oh yeah, we gave her the crystal and it killed her. You can't really avoid the fact that this whole story could have been over in like 1 episode.
Yeah.
There's no getting away from that, which obviously doesn't do it any favours at all.
Yeah. So I would low point or what, high point?
High point. I mean, I can't disagree with the the regeneration scene was really well done. two performances. Unfortunately, they are both of characters that really didn't add anything to it. So yeah, Tommy and the professor in the first episode, whose name I can't even remember. That's how significant he was. I mean, it was a stupid role. You know, a guy who is a clairvoyant and hates it and wishes no one knew about it. Therefore, he goes on the road as a clairvoyant. You know, but he did perform it well, and I do kind of hope or wish that they hadn't killed him off in, right at the very start and given the character a bit of a chance to develop. That could have been, well, certainly more interesting than what we got.
I think given that the story that he was a clairvoyant and he was a provable clairvoyant, I think it would be much more interesting if he had been somehow central to the story.
Yeah, exactly. Give him a much more important role than the one he got, but unfortunately, no, we lose him. Not long into it at all.
Yeah.
So as a rating, it's very average, but it's slightly better than average. I'll go 5.5.
Yeah. It's difficult to disagree with anything you guys have said. Really, to be honest, so I think that there are things I would have changed about this story. Again, I would have changed the retreat to be a monastery, or again like Fort Boyard or something like that, which was isolated at sea, or because that's a really what you want from a sort of a horror story anyway, is that the people can't escape. So you put them in an isolated place, and that's really what makes these sorts of things. If you can get away, if you can get away by walking out the front door, it's not really that dangerous. So I would have changed that, or even like a cave setting, or some sort of in the middle of nowhere. That's what you want, is in the middle of nowhere. And to me, like it didn't have. This didn't even have a haunted house feel or anything like that. It didn't feel dangerous at all. It wasn't even creepy. So it fell flat on those things. Dudley Simpson didn't help with his twiddly score. That didn't help at all. The plot is entirely superfluous. It's literally this wouldn't have mattered if the doctor, if they'd got the crystal or if they hadn't got the crystal, or I mean the spiders would have got the crystal in the end anyway, and they would have had the same outcome. So the doctor was completely superfluous to the story, and he ended up dying because of it. So but the positives here, my high points of this, Pertwee's performance in this throughout. His acting performance throughout this was he was holding the ship together. Elizabeth Sladen's performance, she particularly when she's being controlled by the Queen, the fact that she locks herself stiff and it's all in her eyes, it's literally all in her eyes. And that whole bit whereby he's telling her to look into the crystal and she's trying to turn her head away, but her eyes are still locked on it. She's just absolutely nailing it. Low points are everybody else's acting. I mean, yeah, I agree with what you're saying there, Chris, about John Kane as Tommy. I do agree with that, but the problem is the character goes nowhere. It's a character problem. It's the same as Professor Clegg. The character doesn't. You can take these characters out of the show, get rid of them. They're not needed. They do.
No, I mean, like we said, even though I think his acting was superb, the character was only there to show how a mind expanding crystal could work.
Yeah.
But then it also seemed to give him superpowers to resist being shot where everyone else fell over. So and the character went nowhere. Yeah, apart from his acting, he was totally superfluous to the plot.
And again, same as Professor Clegg. So this, and given that they centered episode 1 around Professor Clegg, and episode 5 came to an absolute standstill, where conversations around the soup bowl, and then it was totally rewritten by episode 6. I've got to take huge slews out of this. Had this been a 4-parter, I would have liked to have actually seen a Planet of Spiders. This was very much, you know, what we
Room of
previous
spiders.
yeah.
broom
This,
cupboard of the
this is
spiders.
what we had previously seen from other episodes of Doctor Who, whereby the title promises so much, but delivers actually very little. I do think it's the first time we get a proper heroic death for a Doctor, because he was going to die. He knew he was going to die, and we don't really see this. Really, it's probably. I mean, yes, it's what happens with Peter Davison. He sort of sacrifices himself as well, but Peter Davison doesn't really walk into it. He doesn't knowingly sort of go, "Oh, all right, this is my death." The next time we really get a similar death to this is David Tennant.
Well, Christopher Eccleston did as well. He knew he knew taking the
He knew
vortex
taking-
out of
yeah.
Rose would kill him.
Yeah, I
So-
suppose. Yeah, but it's in that similar sort of vein though. But this was really sort of him, sort of stepping into it. I think it was good. I think it was good. If we were to just take that element of it, and apply a score to that, it would be much higher. But man, this is a 5, 6, 5, 6. I want to like it more than I do. I want to like it more than I do, because every time I'm thinking of how great all the other things were, I'm still thinking Gareth Hunt and everybody else and the ponchos and.
Yeah, I mean, considering I don't know. To be honest with you, I think Gareth Hunt in this, Harry went on to become Gambit and not just Cockney rhyming slang. I will never know.
Yeah, I know. It's just unbelievable. Oh yeah, I'm right. I'm gonna give this 5.7. I can't give it 6. I can't give it 6. It's above average. It's above okay. It's just above okay. Because you can get rid of 2 episodes out of this story, you won't miss them. You can get rid of 2 characters out of the story, you won't miss them. You
The
can
trouble is they didn't, and that's why I
Yeah.
marked it down. I remember saying when we were on the title credits, the end credits for episode 1, I remember sitting here saying, "Well, they've killed him already," because I
Yeah.
thought he was going to be so intrinsic
the
to the
thing.
plot.
Here's the thing: wouldn't it have been much more interesting if Professor Clegg had been Kempo?
Yeah, it would have been a lot more interesting.
What if they'd actually brought in Kempo as an early thing and had him be like, "Oh no, he's not dead, but he just regenerates." And it's
That would have been a really good thing. Or if he'd have had a spider on his back, and that's why he was clairvoyant, that would have worked as well.
that would have also that would have been some sort of explanation, yeah. But I mean, again, I don't know. If we were gonna do this as a Planet of the Spiders, though, I think I would have got rid of the powers. I think I would genuinely have got rid of the powers and made spiders behave like spiders and had thousands of them. Or at least
but
20
not
of them.
arachnids in the UK spiders. Not that level
No.
of story. No, it's better than that.
No, but yeah, I mean, oh god, they can't do good dinosaur stories. They can't do good spider stories. I mean, it's not hard. You have to take somebody with arachnophobia, and you give them a spider. It's really not that difficult. I mean,
I'm gonna have a go at writing a story, Caterpillars from Venus. I mean, it can only get better, can't it?
yeah, exactly. At least you get it evolve. Yeah.
Nick,
So-
punchline you get.
Yeah, so I think that's it for this week. This Planet of the Spiders is a goodbye to John Pertwee. I hope you've enjoyed it, because I think John deserves better than a lot of people. He gets overlooked. Again, the first 3 really do. Because the first 3 Doctors kind of get bypassed in favor of Tom Baker, who obviously comes with his own legacy. And I think that particularly with new Whovians, it's not really their fault because they don't really have that much access to classic Who. Um, though some do, and I am pleased to see that some people are going back, watching the classics and are enjoying them. So that's a good thing. Um, but yeah, I'm really excited for you to start watching the Hartnell ones because I think you're gonna see it all stripped away. Everything that you already know is all stripped away back to the basics. He hasn't got there yet, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
there are episodes I've seen. I've seen An Unearthly Child. I've seen the Daleks.
yeah,
And there's bits and pieces that I've seen because there's a couple of animated ones that I've got, and I have watched them. So there are bits that I have seen, but there's an awful lot of much was the same with John Pertwee. The first and second Doctor. And I realised something the other day as well when we was talking about possibly doing the Key to Time. I think that's the only Tom Baker series that I haven't seen all of. I've seen some of it because I really when I got a load of Doctor Who and my kids were little, I really overkilled, and it was like I didn't watch anything else for about 3 months, and then I got to sort of like the end of Leela's run with him. It was like I'm a bit fed up with Doctor Who now.
I think the only thing I get with Keys of Time is I think Romana One gets given a rough deal. I think I think she could have been a better. I think the actress
I think
could have
she's
been.
lovely.
I say,
Yeah.
I got no problem with Romana One.
No, I don't either. But I think that she was given a rough deal with the stories. I think that she by the end of Keys of Time, she was coming across as a bit pompous, and I think that she could have been. She could have they could have dialed it back a little bit with the scripts and made her a little bit less cold because she was kind of berating the Doctor a little too much, and it was kind of like you can't berate the lead character to the show. It's because he's the hero that we're all behind, right? And you can't you can put him in his place, but you can't berate him. And I think that's where they went a little bit too far with Romana One, and she came across as a bit cold. But
Yeah, but I am looking forward to watching a lot of the Hartnell stories. I mean,
Yeah.
I've really enjoyed going through the John Pertwee run because there's so many that I hadn't watched before, and like you
Yeah.
say, like everyone else, I remember, as far as I'm concerned, Tom Baker is Doctor Who, and you're not going to change that.
No.
So I have overlooked the first few because I've got no problem with watching stuff in black and white or anything like that. It's just that there was so many missing, especially from Patrick Troughton's run.
Yeah.
That I had a load of episodes where it was all like photographs and really ropey sound. And then there was like one episode which was, perfectly decent, and then it'd go back to a reconstruction. So
Yeah.
I've never really gone back to the first two Doctors and given them the time they deserve because I didn't know at the time what was still surviving and what wasn't. Now obviously
Yeah.
I've got lists and things to look at,
And
so I know.
I think what you'll like with the Hartnell era is the fact that the companions are a little bit more proactive than I think you're expecting. I think that's pretty true of because Ian and Barbara as well. Yeah, Ian actually is a bit handsy. He's a bit like he doesn't mind a scrap. He's a guy. He's a stand-up guy.
Yeah, I do like Ian. He's one of the better companions of
Yeah.
the entire program.
I think as well. Like I remember seeing the first goodbye with Susan, and I remember a lot of people going like, "Oh, that's a nice," and it gets brought up a lot. Everybody knows the speech,
Yeah.
but the departure of Ian and Barbara, I feel breaks the Doctor. Like he is visibly hurt by their departure,
Yeah, yeah.
and it's hard to watch, to be honest with you, because Hartnell is really good in it, like really good. And you don't expect it from such a guy who's used to playing hard-edged characters. Maybe it's me, but it's difficult to see a hard-edged character go soft. Do you know? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And yeah, Hartnell was as hard-edged as they got. I mean, most of the time you saw him on screen, he was usually like, a sergeant major or something, Yeah, you just couldn't imagine him, doing anything like that. But when he did, he did it really well.
Yeah, and it is, yeah. And I think that with what you get from Hartnell as well, it's a bit more broad-minded science fiction. Because I hate to say this, but when it gets to further into the series, it tends to be Alien of the Week. It tends to be thing, but it's very. It's kind of like it's the difference between watching, like if it, you ever watch Smallville?
I've watched
bits
the
of
first
it, yeah.
watched the first bit of it. Thought this isn't Superman, and I watched the last
Yeah.
bit of it and thought, oh, this is Superman.
Yeah, but it was always sort of a villain of the week.
Yeah.
It was always sort of oh no, this guy's got particular powers and now Clark's got to beat him up somehow. So that's kind of the format of it, and that's kind of what Doctor Who kind of becomes. Whereas the earlier stuff was like, actually, the problem here is a fault with the TARDIS, or the problem here is that we're trapped in time, or the problem here is that we've skipped time and we've got to go back, and it was always broader ideas of not just villain of the week or monster of the week. It did have that, but it was also exploring, like, what happens if you encounter yourself, or what happens if there was all these different sorts of facets that really don't get addressed in Doctor Who very much.
I'm looking forward to episode 25 because that is
yes?
rooting tooting that one.
Well, I was about to say one thing that I like about the Hartnell era, and really none of the other eras did it anywhere near as much, was the number of historical
Yes.
based stories. But then, yeah, you had to go and mention the gunfighters, and that rather kills that argument somewhat. Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame we can't do Marco Polo, because that was a big one.
I can't believe they haven't. That's not one of the ones they animated first. 'Cause they've got all the sound for it. They've got the stills, the telesnaps, and that.
I can't believe they had all the actors on the stage in Cardiff and didn't they got the scripts there and didn't fucking shoot it. Pardon my language. But they had David Bradley there. They had all they literally had the sets there. They could have redone it. They could have done Marco Polo.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had to spend a lot of money to do it. They wouldn't have. But they had the actors there. They could just read that into that camera over there. I mean, it boggles my mind. I genuinely would have thought, given that they had David Bradley, and they had all the first Doctor sets, there was no reason for them not to remake the missing episodes.
I think David Bradley done a stand-up job playing William Hartnell and then playing the Doctor as well.
Yeah, and I think that it was a missed opportunity, a huge opportunity. And it's not only just him either. The other actors as well. They found people that were like Ben and Paulie. They found people that were like Carol Ann Ford. They found these people that were really, really cast really well for these parts to these characters. So they literally had all the sets there. They had the production there. They've got the crew. They've got the studio. The Doctor Who studio is not being used for 4 months of the year. Why not? Why not just? And you don't have to make them these big, huge, expensive $1 million productions.
They can just make it as it was.
I mean, look, when a university in Leeds can make a Doctor Who episode and make it to the quality it was in the 60s and better, then I'm pretty sure the BBC don't have that much of an issue either. And I don't know what the hang-ups are, but
I'm sure we can guess what the hang-ups are. But we won't go into that.
I would always imagine that one of the hang-ups would be money, but they can't seriously use that as an excuse not to do it, because they would make a bloody fortune.
Can you imagine? We're going to film all the missing episodes for the Hartnell era, and it's going to be in full HD, full colour, with this cast, and it's going to be stuff that hasn't been seen since 1963. Yeah. And that's not going to sell? That's a Netflix series right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't get. I don't understand it. I don't. And given like I sort of do because it's a psychology of producers that always naffs me up with Hollywood as well. It's that you can't have somebody who played this character in the TV show be the character in the film. And it's like I don't understand why. I mean, we can separate movie from TV. We're capable. And the problem with that mentality is the fact that you can't do a fifth Doctor story now. Why? Because it'll be confusing because you got the 12th or 13th Doctor or 14th Doctor. You can. Of course, you got Big Finish doing it all the time. Big Finish be smashing it.
Yeah,
Big-
we do
Big
some
Finish
good
have just-
stuff.
They've just done Christopher Eccleston. They've just done a load of Ninth Doctor stuff, haven't they?
Yeah, the show is called Doctor Who, not 13th Doctor Who or 14th Doctor Who, or it's Doctor Who. So you can do a fifth Doctor story, you can do a third Doctor story, you can do a second Doctor story. You don't have to be stuck with whoever you're casting next. You can go back. They could go back and do a ninth Doctor series that happened in between series one. We don't know where the Doctor went when he gets in the TARDIS. We don't know how many times he was off on having an adventure without Rose. You could have had an entire lifespan in that time. You could have dropped Rose off or before he met Rose. We saw the adventures of him on the Titanic and so on. All those stories. So all that's missing. You could shoot a ninth Doctor series 2, 3, 4, 5. And it would nobody would bat an eyelid. The only people that do are the producers, because they haven't got the foresight to see the money. And there we are. So anyway, I think that's gonna do it for this week. Chris, you're not gonna be here next week, but we probably will be here next week talking about the third Doctor series. Hope we've had a good one.
Yeah, it's really good one tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. If it
Excellent.
changes and I can turn up halfway through or something, then I'll let you know. But
Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So until then, we shall see you next week. Take care.
see you later.